For the last 13 years, Michael Jordan has made the spectacular appear routine. 2 nights ago, he may well have reached the moment that will forever define him by fighting off illness to lead the Bulls to a critical win, proving that he possesses abilities that few others have ever known.
I was on the verge of breaking down. Sometimes silence can seem so loud. There are miracles in life I must achieve. But first I know it starts inside of me. Oh, if I can see it, then I can do it. If I just believe it, there's nothing to it. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. I think about it every night and day. Spread my wings and fly away.
Tonight, the game's greatest player hopes to soar to another title.
This is the NBA on NBC. The 1997 NBA Finals. Tonight, it's Game 6, the Utah Jazz versus the Chicago Bulls.
Well, the Chicago Bulls making their way onto the court, seeking to close out what would be a 5th NBA championship in the past 7 years. The Utah Jazz, with other thoughts on that matter, they would like to extend to a 7th and final game of this series. Hi, everybody. Marv Albert, along with Matt Guokas and Bill Walton. A host of subplots involved in this series. First of all, Dennis Rodman, very much in the news. NBA Showtime will have more of that in a moment. In a sit-down interview, our Jim Gray will be talking with Dennis Rodman. And the latest on Michael Jordan's physical condition. Jordan feeling much better. This is the scene when he arrived about an hour and a half ago. He's apparently made it back from the difficult siege with the flu. Michael saying that he is certainly over what he faced the other day, looking much better, saying he feels just fine coming off that heroic 38-point, 44-minute performance Wednesday, leading the Bulls to the dramatic finish. But Michael Jordan feeling better physically, obviously, Matt, is just excellent news from the Chicago Bulls' point of view.
Well, in sickness and in health, Michael not only wins, but he does it with style and a sense of drama. And no surprise, Michael Jordan's fingerprints all over the 3 Chicago wins. In Game 1, the winner over Brian Russell. In Game 2, total domination. 38 points, 13 rebounds, 9 assists, punctuated with the swoop to the hoop. And in Game 5, the ill-advised double team on Pippen with just enough energy, the monstrous three-pointer. The Chicago Bulls rely so heavily on his scoring, and his ability to get to the foul line will be a key in Game 6. I sense that Michael Jordan is almost out of gas and will make a concerted effort to end it tonight to avoid a 7th game showdown.
All right, as for the Utah Jazz point of view, Bill, what can they do to turn it around from the disappointing loss? How do they recover, in particular when they had such a promising start in Game 5?
Marv, Utah is repeating almost mantra-like all the cliches of a team standing on the edge of the cliff. Things like, we're proud, we're going to play real hard, we brought enough clothes for a real long weekend. But realistically, the story for Utah is one of missed opportunities, as John Stockton and Karl Malone could not get it done in Game 5. After a dominant start, Karl Malone stayed on the perimeter. They tightened up offensively. When John Stockton got to the hoop, he couldn't finish nor get to the foul line. In this dead offense, he often got caught in the air, leading to turnovers. Michael Jordan finishing strongly to Scottie Pippen. When his teammates couldn't finish, Jordan threw it down. Statistical analysis for Utah shows that Karl Malone has to have an absolute huge game. 20 points and 12 rebounds is absolutely not enough. Now the Jazz, and have to pick themselves up in the scrap heap one more time. Historically, they're not a great comeback team, but Marv, this is a team that's got to get it together right now because there's no tomorrow.
All right, so coming up from Chicago, it's Game 6 of the NBA Finals. When we return, we'll hear from Hannah Storm of the Showtime crew. More on Dennis Rodman, followed by the introduction of the starting lineup.
Can I get some milk, please?
She got the last one.
Excuse me, I'll be right back.
We need 2 specials. All right, let's not take half of the bag, huh?
You become the sweet taste in my mouth.
Ooh.
And I know you're gonna. Oh, yeah.
I see.
Got milk.
Check, please. I get my license next month. When I was a kid, I figured that there was no way that thing was going to be around when I turned 16. I wanted it to die so bad. It broke down a couple times, and I was like, yes! But Dad would go to Napa, get whatever 1970s parts he needed, and boom, that leisure suit on wheels, we'd be back on the road again. He made me a deal last week.
Get straight A's and you can drive your mom's car.
Thanks, Napa. Somebody make it stop.
Keep your classic clean inside and out with Napa Silver oil filters as low as $1.99.
Hannah Storm back in Chicago as the Jazz and Bulls continue to go through their warm-ups. The tip-off of Game 6 is coming up at 9:17 Eastern Time. It was a firestorm of controversy set off when Dennis Rodman made derogatory remarks about the Mormon religion earlier this week. Yesterday, Rodman apologized for those remarks, but the NBA fined him $50,000. A short while ago, Rodman reiterated his apology and discussed the situation with Jim Gray.
Now, I know it's wrong to say something about someone's religion. I can say that. But I can't see someone finding someone to say something that was, like you say, that I was ill-advised or not experienced in knowing what this religion was. They should have gave me an opportunity to apologize instead of pounding a $50,000 fine on me, which has nothing to do with the NBA. It has nothing to do with Stern or anybody like that, but again, I am made the scapegoat.
Are you sincerely sorry?
I mean, you know, it's like I said, I want no one to attack my religion or my heritage, so, you know, what can I do? People gonna look at me and say, well, he's not sorry, he don't give a damn, you know, this and that, so what can I say? When we sit here and cry, that's not gonna do any good either, so.
You have been fined $50,000 by the league. Do you accept that, or will you contest the fine?
If I've offended a lot of people, I'm very sorry. The $50,000, I'd rather instead of giving it to the league, I'd rather give it to the Mormons and to their religion and their church or whatever, and then that way I can show face and say, hey, you know, I apologize. I was ignorant to the fact of their religion, and you know, hopefully that we can go on and move on. But I guess this will be another strike on Dennis Rodman again.
Do you feel as though there is any way, regardless of the outcome of tonight's game, that you will be back in a Bulls uniform next year, or are you finished?
I don't know, man. You know, it's like, you know, I'm playing behind the 8 ball. You know, I've been doing it for the last 4 or 5 years, and...
But do you believe you're finished here?
I don't know. I hope not, but I guess that people are making it very difficult for me to walk on the basketball floor, even hold my head up high, because everyone wants to downgrade Dennis Rodman and make him look like he's not, like he's a fool or he's an idiot, so...
But aren't you responsible for a lot of this behavior, for acting foolish, for saying things that are not nice, gracious, courteous things, for doing the things and acting in the way you have? Aren't you responsible for that?
Jim, you're talking about 2 incidents since I've been in Chicago. This incident and then the kicking incident.
You headbutt an official. I mean, a lot of these things you brought on yourself.
But y'all, like I say, you guys and all you guys here are blown it out of proportion, okay? I mean, back in the 70s and 80s, guys was fighting and going in the stands and kicking people in. There was nothing going on. But now, all of a sudden, you got a guy like me, and now it's a new rule. Let's do this. Let's do that. Now, Dennis Rodman set a standard. Don't just single me out. Don't do that.
I can see in your eyes you're upset about this. You truly are emotional and upset, aren't you?
No.
No? You're not?
An intensely frustrating finals for Dennis Rodman. I'm joined now by Mike Fratello, and Mike, the Utah Jazz have a different set of frustrations. They blew a 16-point lead at home in Game 5, and they made some critical mistakes down the stretch.
the execution of a team under pressure dictates the outcome of a game. Let's look back at some of the key breakdowns for Utah in game number 5. Michael Jordan had just hit his first free throw to tie the score at 85 all with 46 seconds remaining. With Jordan shooting his second free throw, normally the inside people block out the person closest to them. That allows the third man on the lane to block out the free throw shooter. But in this instance, for some reason, 2 of the Jazz players went after Luke Longley. Karl Malone was left alone to block out the 6'10" Tony Kukoc. If that happens, then one of the guards must know it and come in and cut off the shooter. As the shot goes up, Kukoc does a good job of driving Malone deep into the paint area. So at 6'10", if he gets a long rebound with his long arms, hopefully he can get a deflection. No one gets their body in front of Michael Jordan. So as the ball hits the floor on the paint, Jordan comes up and is able to reset the next play for the Bulls. Well, the next play is a post-up of Scottie Pippen. Does Brian Russell stay with Michael Jordan, who has 35 points, or go back and double-team Pippen? Russell's decision, go back and double the basketball. That leaves John Stockton to play 2 people, Steve Kerr or Michael Jordan. Jordan doesn't stand still. He's smart. He moves to his left, creates more spacing between himself and Kerr, and just enough room to get the shot over the top of Stockton, and now a 3-point lead for the Bulls. So Stockton comes right back, penetrates the lane, and drops it off the Ostertag so he can finish with a dunk and bring the score back to 1. There's just over 15 seconds remaining as the ball is inbounded to Scottie Pippen. Remember, Pippen is basically a 70% free throw shooter. Karl Malone has 5 personal fouls. If he fouls now, he'll be out of the game. But if Pippen makes both, Chicago will be up 3 with 15 seconds remaining. They elect not to foul. Jeff Hornacek realizes someone's got to get over there and commit the foul because Karl doesn't want to do it. Pippen makes a smart play. He gets rid of the basketball before the foul can take place. Good ball movement by the Bulls. Now the dunk by Longley puts Chicago up 3 points, but now only 6 seconds remain. So basically 8 seconds were lost there. If Karl would have fouled immediately, they still would have had plenty of time to come back and get a 3 and tie it.
We'll see how Utah responds tonight, Mike. We're closing in on the tip-off of Game 6, the Jazz and the Bulls. Back with the introduction of the starting lineup right after these messages.
This is not a country for wimps. We invented the cowboy, the jawbreaker, and the quarterback blitz. And we are rough on our cars. So get a new Chevy Malibu. Your first scheduled tune-up's at 100,000 miles. Engine coolant, 5 years or 150,000 miles. Transmission fluid, forget about it. We're talking the automotive equivalent of Rocky Balboa. The car you knew America could build. The brand new Chevy Malibu.
The Pentium processor with Intel MMX technology gives you full sound, smooth video, and rich colors. So it's no wonder the technicians who add this technology walk with a little extra spring in their step.
You can tell by the way I use my walk. I'm a woman's man. No time to talk. Stay alive, stay alive.
Similar to Salt Lake City, it is always a rousing scene here in Chicago for the introduction of the starting lineup. Let's go to the public address voice of the Chicago Bulls. Here is Ray Clay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The Chicago Bulls welcome the world's greatest fans to the United Center and the 1997 NBA Finals. Tonight, Game 6 is between the Utah Jazz and your Chicago Bulls. Now, let's meet tonight's starting line.
the bout with the flu. Let's check in with the dean, Ahmad Rashad. Ahmad?
Well, with these reports, I feel like I should probably be the doctor, but reporting on Michael, he's back in rare form. Took yesterday off, rested, was that shoot around today, giving guys a lot of stuff, and so he's back in rare form. He told me that the only thing he was worried about was maybe his rhythm might be a little off. So I suggested maybe have a piece of bad pizza and try to play sick. He said, bad idea, he'll play just the way he is. Marv?
All right, thanks, Ahmad. Michael usually dispensing with Ahmad's suggestions. Always a wise move.
I'm sure that's the last thing Michael wants to think about is pizza. Biggest adjustment that the Bulls made for Game 5 was taking the ball to the basket with Michael Jordan shooting 12 free throws and Scottie Pippen with 9. That's how they have to start Game 6.
For the Utah Jazz, they've got to take away Chicago's momentum. Chicago is absolutely marvelous in finals clinching situations. They've got to regain their confidence. That'll happen when Karl Malone takes the ball to the hoop and tears it down. John Stockton has to be huge. But it all comes down to the battle of the boards. Utah wins that. They've got a great chance tonight, Mark.
Bill Ahmad making a reference to the pizza, the stomach virus that was suffered by Jordan, that at first it was thought might have been brought on by food poisoning, may have been a bad pizza. That had not been determined, but he is very much back here in good form this evening, and hearing it from the crowd. The officials, Joe Crawford, Bennett Salvatore, and Steve Javie. Luke Longley and Greg Ostertag getting set to go on the opening tip. Ostertag coming off a very strong performance in game number 5. The Bulls with a 3-2 lead after snapping Utah's home win streak at 23 in a row. John Stockton controlling the opening tip, and game 6 is underway. Jeff Hornacek, who has not been shooting well, he's been playing hurt. They double up on Karl Malone. And rebounded by Scottie Pippen.
Good idea, but terrific defense. Rodman just bumping him with his chest, forcing the fadeaway.
Hoffer fires the 3. And Ostertag with the rebound and was pushed in the process. Foul committed by Longley.
Game 5, the big 3 for the Jazz. Very strong in the first half when they played beautiful basketball, but basically all of them disappeared down the stretch.
Once again, the Bulls are opening with Rodman against Malone. And the ball to Chicago.
And that time, Karl Malone not even battling for inside position, just willing to take that little shove from Dennis Rodman, pushing him out at 17 feet. If he catches there, he's got to turn, face, and think drive.
And as Bill mentioned at the start, Malone coming off a very disappointing game, particularly in the second half where he hit only 1 of 6 from the field. Shot clock is down to 4. Harper able to split his way through.
Well, Ron Harper started out the game with what I thought was a bad perimeter shot. Made up for it there. Shot clock winding down, challenging the rim.
Russell guarded by Jordan. Stockton being played by Harper. And Stockton lost the dribble.
A good adjustment by Dennis Rodman, who, as Karl Malone started to go away from the basket, your tendency and inclination will be to follow. Dennis Rodman ran very quickly, helping out on defense.
Stockton, 2 terrible turnovers to start this game. That's not the way you want this to happen. You got to get it big early.
Well, Hornacek and Pippen came together, and the foul on Hornacek. Jeff Hornacek has been bothered by recurring soreness in the right knee. He says it's just a little sore. He's had it iced down and said he's been bothered by the bruise from time to time. He's had 2 very poor shooting performances, though, last game, and then 2 games ago, 1 of 9. They double up on Pippen, who was able to recover and able to get the shot away. The air ball being handled by Ostertag.
Well, this is not a Utah team that will make any excuses no matter what happens. Stockton way out of his game early. But Ostertag, he has the rhythm on the defensive boards.
And Jordan lost it. And both clubs off to the shaky start. Stockton able to go the length of the floor, and he's tied the game at 2.
Well, the key for both teams is when somebody turns the ball over or takes a bad shot, long rebound, make sure you convert like that. Get that fast break opportunity.
Longley was shot well throughout the series. Rejected by Ostertag. But Russell not able to hang on. He thought he took a pop from behind.
No reset of the shot clock. Pippen has to fire.
Shot clock was down 3. Oh, the recovery by Harper kept alive by Longley. And Stockton is on it. 3 minutes gone by, and the game tied at 2. Here's Russell for 3. Way off.
Chicago starting slowly, and Utah is not taking advantage of that, Matt.
Well, a couple of bad perimeter shots. John Stockton coming down, launching that three-pointer on a fast break. Will do that from time to time. Doesn't call for that right now. You got to challenge the basket. Look to get to the free throw line.
Utah won of their first 4. Chicago 1 of 7 here at the start. Single coverage on Malone. Looking for the backdoor pass, but broken up beautifully by Longley. Longley able to handle that pass, and he should have.
A good pass by Ron Harper, who is the sharpest player on the court early on.
Crowd wanted to travel. They thought Russell took the extra step right in front of the Chicago bench. Hornacek fires and immediately looked over at Bennett Salvatore. He felt that he was fouled. Not much happening here at the start. Game is tied at 2. 4 minutes have been played. Rodman for 3.
That's the kind of shot that Phil Jackson just abhors. Took him out of game 4 when Dennis was playing with that offensive theory. Another fadeaway.
Not only are these 2 clubs not hitting, but the shots have been way off. Now Jordan met by Stockton. Jordan yet to attempt the shot. Here it is. And Ostertag with the rebound.
Both teams totally out of sync. Neither team can get anything going. They actually need a timeout to settle down and try to figure out what exactly they would like to do with their half-court offense.
Stockton with the beautiful ball to beat Harper off the dribble, and Harper looking around saying, where's the help?
Well, it was a totally different angle on the pick and roll, and John Stockton executed it beautifully.
So the Bulls won for their first 9. We'll be right back.
If necessary, Game 7, Sunday, 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific on NBC.
Only by going alone in silence can one get into the heart of the wilderness. All other travel is mere dust and hotels and baggage and chatter.
Little girl, I had a dream to play basketball. Luckily, I had a mom who told me you can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter that you're a girl. I play for the New York Liberty. I make a living playing basketball. I'm from a little farm town, so it's going to be very different for me. I'm going to have to be on my own and learn how to live. New York is my new city. This is my home. You can be feminine and you can be athletic at the same time. People accept that. We're showing girls that they can be whatever they want to be. The images they see aren't just going to be models walking down the runway, but women running down the court with their braids and sneakers. Women are really out in the front. Reebok has supported them since day one. I am Rebecca Lobo. Watch out, New York!
4-letter word was everyone screaming in this tiny Los Angeles club on June 4th? Bush. The Miller Genuine Draft blind date. Small clubs, large bands, big mystery. Explore the unknown.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Miller Lite, who reminds you that anything can happen at Miller Time. By Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. And by Reebok, helping athletes perform at the top of their game.
7 minutes, 16 seconds remaining in this first quarter. A very shaky start for both teams. You see Utah up by the count of 4-2. Chicago has missed its last 7 shots.
Marv, Chicago has been sluggish in the first quarter throughout. Normally, Utah has been the sharper team, but today all they've got is 2 John Stockton layups to go with John's 2 turnovers.
Utah Jazz looking to tie the series, which would set up a 7th and final game here at the United Center on Sunday night. Pippen, yes. And the game is tied at 4.
Well, this is a strategy the Bulls have been going through quite a bit with the taller Scottie Pippen working against just 6'4" Jeff Hornacek. It has been up and down.
Malone with the outside shot, which has not been clicking.
It was that little double clutch, the hitch on the way up that took it out of his rhythm. Nobody can block that shot. Just go ahead and shoot it.
And here's Pippen again. This time, Scottie Pippen going glass. So the Bulls lead by 2.
Brian Russell took a lot of criticism from his coach, Jerry Sloan, for doubling down on Scottie Pippen on the key three-pointer by Jordan the other night. Last 2 posts up for Pippen, left 1-on-1.
Shot clock at 6. Poster tag. And Pippen with the rebound. Scottie Pippen had a solid game the other night, although the numbers offensively do not necessarily show it. Longley spinning his way and rebounded by Russell.
Marv, when Jordan had the kind of game that he did in Game 5, anybody else's numbers are going to seem irrelevant.
Pippen, the basket counts and the foul. So Karl Malone will go to the line, fouled by Luke Longley.
Well, Scottie Pippen's shot clock winding down, just backing in until he got comfortable and just turning and shooting right in his face. Coming down in transition once again, getting the size advantage over Hornacek, kissing nicely off the glass.
Talking about the Pippen numbers the other night, 5 of 17, but did a lot of other things. Take a look at the percentage of the Bulls' offense. You look at Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, regular season and on for the playoffs.
Generally, that number 58% is a bit high, but when the rest of the team for Chicago is struggling horrendously like they've been, Michael and Scottie are going to shoot more often. Karl Malone, draw iron, please.
The game is tied at 6, and Brian Williams again has entered early. Luke Longley once again in early foul trouble, just picked up a second personal. Now Jordan trying to go to work on Russell, and he got it.
Still pretty good defense by Brian Russell, thinking that Michael Jordan wants to penetrate and go to the basket. Backed off a little bit, going to see if he can make some perimeter shots. He has the first one.
You can't play him any better than he did. Jordan just too good.
Howard Isley has come on, replacing John Stockton. Malone with the move to draw the foul. Karl Malone headed back to the line.
Now Michael thinking drive, but Brian Russell backing up, daring Michael to take that shot. And so far in this series, Brian Russell has had a number of facials with that jump shot, but she'd rather see Michael make them from the perimeter before he gets some dumps at the basket.
Brian Williams called on the foul. Here's Malone, who barely caught a piece of the rim on the first attempt.
Karl Malone at the free throw line. In the postseason, the wins, he gets to the line a lot and makes them. In the losses, a lot fewer attempts and can't seem to find the range.
Well, anytime so far in this first quarter, Utah has run a pick-and-roll type of play. They have got a good-looking shot. Everything else has looked very poor. They should stay with that pick-and-roll.
As we come up on 5 minutes remaining in this first quarter, the score is tied at 8. Pippen had it knocked away by Malone.
Karl Malone, first-team All-NBA defense, as well as the MVP. His best play of the day.
Hornacek with the open shot. That's his first field goal. The Jazz 10 and the Bulls 8.
Hornacek can be a valuable offensive contributor if Malone has a huge game and draws multiple defenders.
the foul. A hold on Malone. That is his first.
On the pick and roll for Chicago with Rodman, Carl jumps right out and pops it away. That led to a little triangle offense for themselves. Utah and Hornacek, that shot will go down virtually every time.
And here's Jordan. Yes. And you can see Michael Jordan looking sharp here in the early going. Not appearing to force shots. He's attempted on these throws and 2 of 3. Hopper on that foul. And then Isley and Williams had words. And Steve Javie may have called a technical.
It was a totally unnecessary play by Brian Williams. The ball had been whistled dead. Isley's penetration. And after he stopped, Brian Williams came over and put a forearm right into the neck and head of Howard Isley.
Well, Howard Isley has been such a key player. Oh, yeah. It looked like Howard Isley anticipated some kind of physical contact, which he got. He had his arm up as well. So a technical foul on Brian Williams. Howard Isley has been so effective in his first stint off the bench, which is usually halfway through the first quarter. In fact, in Game 5, he engineered a 14-1 Utah Jazz run.
It's the Jazz 11 and the Bulls 10. 4:20 remaining in this opening quarter. Marv Albert with Matt Dukas, Bill Walton, Ahmad Rashad, Jim Gray. Isley with a nice move and then pops it back out. Here's Russell for 3. Yes. Ryan Russell has hurt the Bulls from the perimeter. He's been hurting him with the shot from downtown. The Jazz up now by 4.
He'll get a lot of those shots, Mark. He cannot ever hesitate.
Well, when you're guarding Brian Williams, you think of him as a left-hander, but he has developed a good move going to his right and has had a number of them in this series.
And Brian is playing at a higher level of intensity than any front court player tonight.
Isley was way off and it led to the loose ball foul. It's against the Bulls.
Brian Williams actually turning, facing on Ostertag, had his head down. Tough to make a move like that, but Brian Williams is just so much quicker than Greg Ostertag, even though his fundamentals weren't correct, able to beat him with quickness.
But Ostertag doesn't seem to flex his knees when he plays defense. He stands there and waits and then tries to react rather than anticipate and dream about what the offensive player is going to do.
Foul on Williams. That is his second, number 5. Chicago, 15 foul on the Bulls, so Ostertag on the line.
Javie trying to calm Brian Williams down. Just play your game, forget about the rest, forget about the other team.
Dennis Rodman knows all about Steve Javie and Joe Crawford. He has had his problems in the past. So far, Dennis Rodman keeping his head in the game.
Dennis Rodman coming off a very emotional interview earlier on the Showtime portion of our telecast in a sit-down with Jim Gray, and Rodman fined a record $50,000, as you know, by the NBA yesterday for those derogatory comments he made about Mormons just a couple of days ago in Salt Lake City. Here's Pippen. Some concern here in Chicago that he might have been suspended.
Well, Jim has a way of making people cry.
Oh, I see. A 3 for Hornacek. And the Jazz up by the score of 18-12. I think we'll learn more about the Rodman situation. NBA Commissioner David Stern will be the guest on the Prudential Halftime Report. Pippen. Scottie Pippen going to the left hand, rebuffed, and foul hit by Ostertag. 2:49 remaining. First quarter. We'll be right back.
It's time to set the record straight on resale value. In full-size pickups, there can only be one king of the hill. There is, and his name is Chevy. Chevy, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. Long live the king.
This
is your wake-up call.
This is Harry. This is Harry's Delicious Egg McMuffin.
This is my dad, Herb Peterson.
And this is my baby, the Egg McMuffin.
At McDonald's, we practically invented breakfast to go. Hot, fresh breakfast that gets you on your way.
It's about giving people what they like.
That's something we've done since we opened our doors.
Hey, wake up. This is breakfast.
And this is my McDonald's. See you tomorrow, bright and early.
Michael Jordan on Life. Life is being judged every night on the highest court. It's standing up to competition and thirsting for more. Sometimes life is an easy layup. Unless, of course, you can dunk. Life is about winning. Life is about loss. Life is knowing the toughest competition you'll ever face is yourself. Life is a sport.
Burglary. There's nothing like the feeling of knowing that someone you don't know just went through your things. Allstate will help you clean up, close up, and secure your home after a burglary. Being in good hands is the only place to be.
Iced tea. Iced tea. Only one will satisfy your thirst for action this fall on NBC. What do you think? Players, NBC this fall.
Jeff Hornacek, an integral part of the Utah offense, feeding off the brilliance of Karl Malone down low. Jeff, who has been hot and cold, hit a jumper here off the break, and then, again, a delayed transition. Jeff, though, has been up and down here. Very strong in the first two games when he was guarding Michael Jordan. Then they switched him off to Scottie Pippen, and you see Game 3 and Game 5, not good at all. Jeff, again, playing with a very sore knee.
But, Bill, he says the sorer the knee, the better he shoots. For some reason, I don't know if he's trying to convince himself or not.
You said that last game, too, about when you feel sick, you play better. I never felt that. I like to feel golden out there.
Well, Hornacek, 2 of 11 in Game 5, and then 2 games back, the 1 for 9. So he may be trying to psych himself up in that department.
Don't forget, he's being guarded by Michael Jordan, one of the best defenders ever. And when Michael really wants to put the clamps on you, he certainly can.
18-14, Utah with the lead. 2:40 to go in this first quarter.
A lot of dribbling.
Isley, though, able to penetrate off the dribble, and it's a 6-point Jazz lead.
Well, Ron Harper just having all kinds of problems with Howard Isley. The only time Harper got bailed out was when Isley took a bad jump shot.
Michael Jordan off the fake.
Generally, Michael will try to draw the foul in that situation, and he had Hornacek out to drive.
Jordan now 2 of 4 in this first quarter. Hornacek off the double team, lost it. Malone with the recovery. And the shot clock very much alive. It's now at 8. Russell for 3. Good punch out by Rodman.
Chicago has kept Utah from getting to the offensive glass. They have dominated the boards in this first quarter.
1:45 to go in the first. Ryan Williams, who again came out early for the foul play, Luke Longley. Shot clock at 5. Down at 2. Jordan fires. Often trying to save the rebound, but could not.
It's not a good possession at all for the Chicago Bulls, not running any kind of offense, just putting the ball in the hands of Michael Jordan, who, when he catches right now, is hesitating, very tentative, instead of either making another pass or make his move much, much quicker.
Hornacek cutting baseline, and Isley went the other way to Ostertag. Williams with the rebound. We're approaching 1 minute left in the first quarter. The Jazz up by 6. Williams setting the pick. Here's Pippen. And he drew the foul. So Scottie Pippen back to the free throw line. A reminder, you can join our own NBA on NBC analyst Steve Cyber Snapper Jones. That, incidentally, a reenactment. Where's his eye? online analysis on NBCSports.com. And Steve answering any questions you might have about tonight's game or the series in general while providing post-game commentary. Plus, after the game, you can listen in to the post-game press conferences via AudioNet. That's live online, all on NBCSports.com during the NBA Finals.
I'm really surprised at the way the Bulls have come out this first quarter with not attacking the basket. That time, Scottie Pippen was able to get there off a good pick from Brian Williams. But so far in the first quarter, Chicago Bulls settling for too many perimeter shots.
But they look like they're waiting for Michael Jordan to win it for them. But hey, they should realize that Michael's going to be a little bit tired, as you pointed out. They've got to step up. Their role players can play well here at home.
They also knew that Jordan was exhausted back in Game 4. This was prior to the flu symptoms. Could be looking to conserve energy for the second half. Dennis Rodman is called for the foul as first.
Harvard practice today for Utah. Very interesting thing happened. Jerry Sloan fed up with the team. They seemed really flat. After 15 or 20 minutes of the shoot-around, he just stormed off the court and said, I've had it. I'm done with you guys. Then he went back and told the media that, hey, I'm not going to get down on my hands and knees and beg these guys to play. They got to come out and want it themselves. Another psychological ploy, trying to get the spirit back for the Jazz.
I think Jerry was so concerned at the performance of Utah in Game 2 when he felt they didn't compete, they weren't into it. I think he wants to make sure here on this floor that he can do something to spark them.
Now to 50 seconds remaining in this first quarter. The Jazz 21 and the Bulls 16. Steve Kerr has checked in for the first time. Tony Kukoc on the floor. You saw Michael Jordan getting a rest here in the final stages of this first quarter. Shot clock at 7. Kukoc, who played a major role the other night, was pushed. Foul is called on Foster, who also just checked in.
Well, Greg Foster is a good matchup, Utah. Most teams have a horrible time trying to find somebody that can guard Tony Kukoc. Greg Foster can do it. He just had bad footwork, allowing Kukoc to come left across the middle, force him baseline.
Well, what a break, especially since Tony Kukoc has been unable to dribble and make any kind of penetration. He has become almost exclusively a three-point shooter, and with only 4 seconds on the shot clock, a very poor foul.
And now Jason Caffey replaces Dennis Rodman. Rodman with 3 rebounds. There's Antoine Carr coming on. Karl Malone with just 4 points, only 1 of 4 from the field. Tony Kukoc, who did a good job in game number 5. 9 points off the bench. Had a critical back tap to set up the three-point shot by Michael Jordan.
Tony was huge on the offensive glass, which drew the ire of Jerry Sloan. Said, there's no way that we can win this championship if we're going to let Tony Kukoc dominate the offensive glass.
Jazz up 21-17. Antoine Carr with a nice turnaround move down to 8 seconds in the quarter. Pippen checking the clock, puts moves on, got the step. Rebound Hornacek, and time runs out in this first quarter. So a strong start by the Utah Jazz here in Chicago after 1. They are up by 6 points. 1 quarter in the books in Game 6 of this best of 7 NBA Finals Series. You are watching the NBA on NBC.
Budweiser.
I can't believe they went with the frogs.
Louis.
Our audition was flawless.
Louis.
We did the look. Huh? We did the tongue thing.
Mm-hmm.
That was great.
Louis, frogs sell beer. That's it, man. #1 rule of marketing.
The Budweiser Lizards. We could have been huge.
Hey, there'll be other auditions.
Oh, yeah, for what? This was Budweiser, buddy.
know.
This was big. Those frogs are gonna pay.
Let it go, Louis. Let it go.
This dish is gonna change my life.
I like you better already. Turn it on, turn it on.
And now, I give you...
Game time.
Heidi? They said it was on satellite TV.
It's on DirecTV. DirecTV?
You don't have DirecTV. You got Heidi. Only DirecTV delivers more sports than any other mini-dish system. If you don't have it, you're gonna get it.
If you squint, you kind of look like John Elway.
DirecTV. Satellite TV at its best.
Chevy Venture gives you flip and fold seats, because you never know when a little extra room is going to come in handy. The all-new Chevy Venture is here. Let's go.
With the Dow at the level that it is today, it is difficult to find attractive values, but we work diligently every day looking for them.
Utilities, if you choose them right, and we feel like we do that at the Prudential Utility Fund, can provide a very good conservative equity option as long as you have a long-term holding period.
With the stock market having been as strong as it's been for as long as it's been, and with the bond market at relatively high real rates of return, bonds start to look really attractive as an alternative investment.
You're watching the NBA Finals on NBC.
Welcome back to the United Center in Chicago. Well, down through the years and in NBA history, there have been a host of sensational, dynamic duos, Jerry West and Elgin Baylor. How about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Oscar Robertson? They combined for a championship in Milwaukee, and a couple of pretty good duos in this series, Jordan and Pippen, Malone and Stockton. Well, tonight, a look at the four future Hall of Famers. Michael Jordan starting off in low-key fashion, 2 of 5 from the field in the first half. See Scottie Pippen, 2 of 5 for 8 points. Karl Malone only 4 points, and John Stockton with 4. And a foul is called. Foul on Russell. Let's check it with Jim Gray. Jim?
Thank you, Marv. Just following up on Bill's story, when Jerry Sloan walked out of practice this morning, spoke to Karl Malone. He said he guaranteed me that he and his teammates would not be making any token appearances tonight. They fully expect to win. Said he was glad that he walked out because he didn't need anything said to him. He said, if you're not ready for this game, you better get into another business. But there is one thing that's interesting to point out, Marv. The Utah Jazz have only won 17 road playoff games in the past 14 years. Compare that to Houston in 1995. They won 9 in that playoff series. Marv?
All right, thanks, Jim. Well, numbers are always intriguing until those streaks are stopped. I don't know if you can put those numbers on this Utah team.
And what happened last year, 5 years, 10 years ago, has absolutely nothing to do with the Brian Russell, the Greg Fosters, the Howard Isleys of the Utah Jazz. Means nothing.
Shandon Anderson not able to hit. Jim should not take this personally.
But the numbers for Karl Malone are not encouraging. A 1-for-4 start. When you have a disappointing game, maybe the biggest game of your life, Game 5 in Utah, the whole scene set for you to dominate, and it doesn't happen. You got to come out the next night and throw it down. Game 5, first half, Karl Malone. Very good, 13 points, 3 rebounds. Second half, just 6 shot attempts, only one of them made, and that was a layup.
Shandon Anderson made his return in Game 5. He missed the 2 previous, remaining with his family in Atlanta following the death of his father. Played just briefly in Game 5, very slow, looking to get him back into the rotation. He's been a very important player for the Jazz. Antoine Carr picked up the foul. That's his first. Judd Bushler has checked in for the first time, as has Chris Morris. Now, Chris Morris really hurt the Bulls in Salt Lake City in Game 5. 3 3-pointers by Morris. Jordan posting up on Anderson.
Finally, a Utah Jazz defender didn't go for a head fake on Michael.
But a very slow start by the Bulls. They are trailing 25-18. Anderson had the step but could not convert. Remember, in the first half, in game number 5, the Bulls were down by as many as 16 points.
And that's when Michael Jordan got it going, scoring 17 points in that fourth quarter. In that second quarter.
But the Jazz have done a good job of taking the crowd out. This is the strongest crowd we've seen in the finals here at home for Chicago. Now they're sitting down.
And a holding foul on Steve Kerr.
Well, the normal procedure for the Bulls is to try to force that pick and roll down, try to force John Stockton to the baseline. However, when Steve Kerr is guarding Stockton, he mixes it up. That's got to be very tough for your weak side defenders.
Air ball fielded by Jordan. Minute and a half gone by in the second quarter. The Bulls in the midst of a drought. They have missed their last 6 shots. They're trailing by 7. Luke Longley trying to get it to Michael Jordan. Backcourt violation. Jordan had to make the play to prevent the fast break. Had Anderson picked it up.
Well, the collapsing defense of Utah has been terrific. Phil Jackson, normally so calm, so poised in these situations. Game 5 Friday night, he was up the whole game, yelling, screaming, directing the team.
All right, here's a three-point attempt by Morris. The Bulls only 6 of 21 shooting, 29% in this first half, and they've turned it over 5 times.
Stockton's so tough, bumping guys out of their cuts.
Oh, Longley had nowhere to go. And here comes Anderson, putting moves on Kerr, and he drew the foul. So Shandon Anderson is headed back to the line. Timeout called by Chicago.
Inside Stuff, Saturdays on NBC.
I'm not interested in the shack up here. I'm looking for the shack right in here. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shaquille O'Neal. Shaq.
Who's the big man that slams the world with just one hand? You're damn.
This is the one that's going to make it. You play a mailman in this. It's called The Shack is in the Mail.
Can't quite put my thing on. Can you dig it? Something just ain't right.
Only seconds left. Shaq puts up the shot.
And that's what I've been missing.
Don't even think about it. But let's do lunch. Pepsi. Generation Next.
Can I just have a baby?
No. Come on. It's embarrassing for you.
With its heavy-duty payload and towing capacity, you've got yourself a full-size truck. A Toyota T100, ready to go to work. Yet offers a surprising level of comfort and sophistication.
Mama, don't let your babies grow
The full-size T100 Toyota trucks always come through.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Pepsi, who invites you to join Generation Next. By Toyota and their full line of trucks. Toyota trucks always come through. And by Castrol GTX, the most protection against volatility burn-off.
We are approaching 9 p.m. here in the Chicago area. Beautiful 77-degree night. And these aerial views of the Windy City being brought to you by Goodyear.
John Stockton does so many things to help his team. They go unnoticed, unrecognized in the statue. Here he's going to come down when Luke Longley tries to make a play at the hoop and confuse Luke to throw it into the backcourt, causing the violation there. And then fighting through a pick, playing a little bit of pinball with Steve Kerr, bumping him off his footsteps, his rhythm, and then Bushler comes back and says, quit picking on my guy. Stockton takes the hard forearm. And then Jim Gray reports from the Utah huddle that Sloan uncharacteristically in Stockton's face saying, push the ball, don't slow down, because normally Jerry does not say a word to Stockton or Karl Malone.
Chicago's triangle defense has been absolutely ugly, mainly because Utah's defense has been so aggressive. Chicago has to go to their spread the floor, get some driving lanes, get some good passing lanes.
The Bulls have gone over 6 minutes without a field goal, trailing 26-18. We are early in the second quarter. 2.5 minutes have gone by. Ryan Williams working his way on Antoine Carr. And it's all Jazz to the board.
That triangle offense just turns into one-on-one basketball. Very difficult to execute in playoff basketball.
Fusion on the state of the Jazz. Stockton settles him down, calls for his pick.
Finds the open Foster. Oh, way off.
Watch your face.
And Scottie Pippen.
Oh, terrific job by Brian Williams. who fumbled that rebound, but out of the corner of his eye, knew that Scottie Pippen released on the play, able to recover, and threw the ideal pass.
Bulls went 6 minutes and 52 seconds between field goals. Now trailing by 6. Kukoc went for the steal. He gambled, but could not come up with it. And Shandon Anderson has been a presence off the bench. He now has 5 points. The Jazz are up by 8.
But a little bit of tentative play by the reserves for Utah. Uncharacteristic, because they have been strong throughout the playoffs.
Michael Jordan adjusting the shot, and he drew the foul.
Well, a wild shot by Greg Foster, and just a good job by Brian Williams to follow that. Usually they're tough to catch. They usually hit you in the head. And a smart play by Pippen just to keep on going as Brian Williams gathered himself to make the play.
But isn't that why you coach them? To keep their hands above their shoulders, anticipate the ball coming off wildly.
Foul was called on Anderson, putting Jordan at the line. A reminder, NBC Sports will continue its coverage of the 97th U.S. Open. That's tomorrow, 12:30 p.m. Eastern, 9:30 a.m. Pacific, right here on NBC. British Open champ Tom Lehman moving into a 1-stroke lead, 4 strokes behind Tiger Woods, who has played his way back into contention with a round of 67 earlier today. Our coverage continues tomorrow, 12:30 p.m. Eastern, 9:30 in the West, right here on NBC. And the foul is called on Pippen for Scottie Pippen, his first.
That was terrific execution by the Jazz. Shandon Anderson setting the hard pick on Brian Williams to get Karl Malone positioned in the paint. And when Karl Malone gets it like that and the pass is delivered, first of all, he should have made the shot, although Scottie Pippen came over to mess it up.
But Matt, the game is getting a lot more physical the last couple of times down. Karl Malone working his way into the paint. You see in the 2 wins, great conversion percentage. And the 3 losses, horrible on the jumper. 9 for 35. That will not get it done. The shot's not falling. Get back to the basket.
And Malone is just 2 of 5 at the line and missing badly. Utah 28, Chicago 22. Both clubs struggling in this first half. Here's Steve Kerr. Brian Williams lost it. Morris has a 3-on-2. Stopped it. Finding Anderson. Malone. Rebounded by Williams.
Karl has no sense what the defense is, where it is. Pulling the trigger way too quick. But his defense is saving the team.
Both very fortunate to maintain position after it was knocked away from Williams. Shot clock is at 5. Kukoc lost the double. He thought he was fouled. Stockton running the floor. Bulls able to get back. Open opportunity for Anderson. And back comes Jordan. Here's Michael Jordan. So the Bulls are within 4, and the Jazz want to talk it over.
More than this, I did my way.
There's over 2 million miles of paved road out there, but you're not obligated to drive on any of it. Tacoma 4x4, Toyota trucks always come through.
New Buffalo Crispy Strips from KFC are boneless, all-white meat chicken. So will they fly in Buffalo, home of buffalo wings?
Very good.
All right. Not bad.
The Colonel, he must have been born in Buffalo.
Now try this Buffalo Crispy Strip meal, just $2.99.
In yet another torture test, we drained the oil from
this car and added just this much Castrol Syntec. We then ran it over 100 miles per hour and waited and waited. You see, Syntec has a unique molecular structure that bonds to engine parts. And if a little Syntec can protect under these conditions, imagine what a full oil change can do. Castrol Syntec protects in ways other oils can't. And now, try Castrol Syntec Power System, a new kind of fuel system treatment.
Zhang Haisha learned how to play in the Chinese province of Henan. Lisa Leslie learned her skills on the courts of Inglewood, California. At 6'8", Zhang Haisha has had a huge influence on Chinese basketball. At 6'5", Lisa Leslie has had a huge influence on U.S. basketball. Lisa Leslie is a part-time model. Zhang Haisha is an expert knitter. Together, they make a formidable front court for the L.A. Sparks. The WNBA, we got next.
Tiger Woods roared into contention with a sizzling 67. Now he'll take on Tom Lehman, Ernie Els, and more. The U.S. Open, tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern on NBC.
This second quarter has been very physical. The officials letting them bump and bang. Very few. This is, in fact, the only fast break opportunity for Chicago in this first half. And it's not even a number situation. 3-on-3. But when the guy with the ball can do that, you don't necessarily need numbers. As Michael Jordan took it strong to the hoop. So far from the field, Michael, 3 out of 7.
And Michael has brought the crowd back into the game on their feet throughout the timeout. But Scotty and Michael are the only players contributing. They've got 19 of the Bulls' 24 points.
The Jazz only 2 of their last 12. This after a 7-minute drought that the Bulls went through. Not able to hit a field goal for nearly 7. 4-second buzzer went off. Phil Jackson of the Bulls claim that shot should not have counted. But it does. Brian Russell with a 3.
The players have to adjust to what Matt was talking about. The refs aren't going to call anything. Michael's the only player that sensed that at this point.
Utah by 7. Jordan for 3. And rebounded by Morris. Chris Morris continues to play well. This time put the brakes on. Bad pass. And a steal and save by Kukoc.
Offensive foul on Scottie Pippen. Trying to free up Jordan in the back court with a little bit of a screen. Phil Jackson extremely upset with the lack of call here. And Scottie Pippen just pushed Brian Russell over.
And that's number 2 committed by Pippen. Stockton setting it up on Kerr. Trying to use the screen. Russell for 3. Yes. Beautiful setup. Malone came over to set that wide pick up high, and it freed up Brian Russell.
Are the athletic role players for Utah. Anderson, Chris Morris, and Brian Russell are playing terrific. Oh, that's a good block there. Tough ball against Chris Morris.
Well, the foul on Morris.
Scottie Pippen coming down to double team. A good gamble there with the shot clock winding down. But Karl Malone delivering just on time to Russell. And then once again, Scottie Pippen rotating to the open man, leaving his man alone, as Brian Russell is almost too open.
Well, Scottie Pippen's playing the kind of defense that Brian Russell was playing early in the series. Gambling, trying to make every sort of steal.
Brian Russell, Chicago native. Spent his early years here in Chicago, then moved to California, began playing basketball at the age of 11. He's hit 3 of 5 now from three-point range. The Jazz up 34-26.
Well, that kind of gambling defense by Scottie Pippen, which was so important in the fourth quarter of Game 5, very effective because the Jazz didn't react, were able to convert those open shots.
Ryan Williams trying to draw the guard. Morris with a bad pass. Utah getting back. They double up on Pippen, who finds Kukoc. Took advantage of the mismatch against Stockton. So that's the first foul charge to Stockton.
Marv, what makes it so difficult to ever have a chance of beating the Chicago Bulls is how versatile they are. Besides Jordan and Pippen, you got Rodman and Kukoc and Brian Williams, all who are 6'9", 6'10", who can handle the ball, drive to the hoop. Kukoc playing a lot better in the finals here. You see it in the Eastern Finals against Miami, could not find the basket, but now pretty much there from three-point land, although his overall percentage is low.
At least in this ball game, Tony Kukoc is trying to do some things inside. Ran a little post up earlier. That time on the break, going to the basket. He just can't settle for the threes, despite the fact he is shooting them so well.
Just under 5 minutes remaining in the first half, and the Jazz leading 34-27. Malone got position and was fouled. That's number 3 on Brian Williams.
Brian Williams so frustrated. That's an outstanding pick by Shannon Anderson, and that's what sets up Karl Malone with that excellent position. But as strong as Karl Malone is, for years and years, he's been able to finish off that play with a score and a chance at a three-point play. I didn't think Brian Williams hit him hard enough to force the miss.
I sense a little bit of lack of confidence in Karl Malone, the way he's missing those easy shots around the basket now.
It's been like that throughout the whole series, with the exception of Game 3 for Karl Malone. This burden of carrying that MVP has been very tough. And in the 2 wins, you see what a difference. 30 points a game, the good shooting, especially from the free throw line. And when he struggles, the Jazz certainly do as well.
And Malone, a 76% free throw shooter during the regular season, is struggling at the line. He's 2 of 6 at the line tonight. Dennis Rodman, who just returned, able to collar his 4th rebound. So Utah up by 7 with just under 5 minutes remaining in the first half. Rodman being challenged by Malone to take that deep shot. Shot clock at 3. Here's Jordan putting moves on Malone and fouled. Well, Karl Malone went outside to defend on Michael Jordan and picked up a 2nd foul.
You could just see the electricity in the arena light up as soon as the MVPs matched up for one of the few times this series, and Michael took him off the dribble. He just has, Jordan, an unbelievable sense of when the guy is off balance, and the MVP chant has started up here in Chicago.
And obviously Karl Malone very unhappy with that call by Steve Javie with all the banging going on. He's going to say, are you going to call that? The hand is part of the ball, and normally you would get that call, but of course it's Michael Jordan shooting it in the United Center in Chicago.
Both teams are over the foul limit with lots of time remaining in the first half. Just 4 minutes and 15 seconds to go, and both teams have hit the 5-foul limit. Off-balance shot, and a bad one by Russell.
Shandon Anderson did not hold the screen, and that kept Brian Russell from getting open. What a pass, George.
And Pippen is stripped. Last touch by Bushlow. Javie went flying over the far side as he made the call.
What a recovery by John Stockton as Jordan made the play. It looked like Stockton was out of it as he tried to get in front of Michael Jordan. Didn't quit on it. Recovered enough to knock it out of the grasp of Scottie Pippen and hustle down the loose ball.
Bushler could have been called for a foul there. Javie said, forget about it. Just let him go. Utah ball in bounds.
Malone, the off-balance shot. Karl Malone, 1 of 6 from the field. That was his 2nd half total the other night in Salt Lake City. 1 of 6 from the field, 2 of 7 at the line. It has been a horrendous first half for Karl Malone. Now here's Jordan putting moves on Stockton, and way off as he tried to adjust. Let's check in with Jim Gray. Jim?
All right, Marv, after that last shot, Jerry Sloan walked down to the end of the bench here, and he screamed to all his players, what is he doing? He, referring to Malone, didn't get any answers. Marv?
All right, Jim. Chicago actually in the midst of a 5-0 run, cut into a 10-point deficit, but John Stockton able to put an end to that run. Stockton has 6 points. The Jazz leading 36-29. 3:03 to go in this first half, and the Bulls take a timeout.
With its heavy-duty payload and towing capacity, you've got yourself a full-size truck. A Toyota T100, ready to go to work. Yet offers a surprising level of comfort and sophistication.
Mama, don't let
The full-size T100 Toyota trucks always come through.
The forecast. No more than a somewhat educated guess. Those who trust it often wind up in the wrong place at the wrong time. Unlike others, we don't rely on reports of clear skies or dark skies in the market. Our mutual funds rely on simple, clear strategies that seek performance through discipline. We have no use for weather reports. We are not in the guessing business. AIM. Invest with discipline.
Utah leading by 7, mainly because the pick and roll has been very good to them in this first half, and Steve Kerr has been forcing it over the top. Scottie Pippen not coming over to help out, and that's why Phil Jackson was so upset, as he wasn't happy with Steve's defense or Scottie Pippen.
Pick and roll for the Utah Jazz in the first half of Game 5, the decisive game so far. Very effective. They went away from it in the second half and could not convert whatsoever. And Karl Malone struggles. They had the picks go, and the roll was not happening. 2 for 7 from the line. Ouch.
Utah up by 7. How about Chicago with 29 points and just under 3 minutes remaining in the first half? Jordan for 3. Yes. Tough to get a feel on the physical condition of Michael Jordan. He's coming off the flu, very queasy the other day. 4 of 10 from the field, 5 of 6 from the line. He has 14 points. And the funnel by Malone. So Karl Malone with only his second field goal, and it's the Jazz by 6.
I think Michael has been conserving himself throughout the series, picking his spot. It's usually second quarter, fourth quarter, where he turns it on.
Shot clock at 5. Pippen being bothered by Hornacek. Pippen had to release it. The shot clock rolling down to 1. Here's Stockton. And Kerr with a good job to stop the dribble. Hornacek trying to shake off Pippen. We're just under 2 minutes remaining in the first half. Here's the pick by Malone. Hornacek. And will it count? No. Joe Crawford said shot. The foul before the shot attempt called on Scottie Pippen. A reminder coming up at halftime. The Prudential Halftime Report will bring you a comprehensive look at the history of women's basketball with the WNBA set to debut a week from tomorrow. Hannah Storm, Peter Bessie will be joined, as we mentioned, by NBA Commissioner David Stern to talk about that and other topics. And also we'll have an update on today's second round of the U.S. Open Golf Championship. It's all ahead on the Prudential Halftime Report. NBA Commissioner David Stern warming up for his little halftime session.
But even though Utah has the lead right now, a lot of the numbers in favor of Chicago, particularly on the glass, where Chicago leads by 5. Utah only has 2 offensive rebounds. And then at the free throw line, where Utah is just over 50%, where Chicago is really stroking it from the line and getting more attempts.
And you see the numbers: Utah 10 of 18, Chicago 13 of 16. Longley could have been called for the travel with that extra step, and it led to the turnover, but Anderson could not convert, and a foul. Longley going for the block, but instead he picked up his 3rd personal.
Tony Kukoc got back on defense, and I thought he fouled Shannon Anderson on the play, as he felt so too, and was surprised that no whistle came and then put on the play. You keep playing till the whistle blows. There's the pack by Tony Kukoc. Expected a whistle there, and everybody seemed to stop but Karl Malone.
It has been a very long first half for Luke Longley. And the same can be said of that man. Now 2 of 8 at the line.
You look at Karl Malone at home. Huge numbers during the playoffs and great shooting. Gets out on the road where the Jazz, as Jim Gray reported, have not been a successful franchise in the playoffs. The numbers just aren't there, and they don't win when he doesn't have the big night.
And in the second quarter, at the line, Malone is now 1 for 6 in the second quarter. The Jazz 41 and the Bulls 32 as this first half winds down. Marv Albert, Matt Dukas, Bill Walton. Here's Jordan. Hornacek with the rebound. And Stockton pushes it down. Ball now being played by Cappy. It was waved off. Basket will not count. Jason Cappy called for the personal. Chicago over the foul limit, so once again, Karl Malone heads to the free throw line.
Well, the Chicago Bulls finishing up their second quarter with a very small team. You got Scottie Pippen with 3 fouls, Luke Longley on the bench with 3 fouls as well. No shot blocking out of the floor for Chicago with the exception of Michael Jordan. Utah should be forcing inside, taking it to the rim.
Well, it's one of those situations, and obviously both you fellows have had experiences at the line. Not only is Malone missing, he's now 3 of 10. He is missing in every conceivable variety. He's coming up short. He's shooting strong. He's off the side of the rim.
That was the strong point of my game, Marv. The inconsistent free throw all over the place. But Karl, the way that the big guys are bodying him out of there on the low post, forget the outside pivots. Use an inside pivot, turn his face, create some space, and then find a little short jumper.
The Jazz by 10. It matches their biggest lead of the night. 45 seconds remaining in the first half. Jordan trying to put moves on Anderson. And then met by Hornacek providing help. Kukoc for 3. Tony Kukoc hitting from downtown, from deep in the corner. 42-35 the score. The Jazz with the lead.
Michael Jordan is so good. What a perfect pass after he was completely shut down. A thing of beauty to watch.
And for Kukoc, his first field goal. Malone from Stockton. John Stockton with the one-hop setup. Down to 12 seconds remaining in the half. The Jazz by 9. Jordan setting up for a final shot, directing traffic. Out of 3. Here's Jordan getting the step and hit. 6/10 of a second remaining. Oh, Malone and Rodman bumping each other. Joe Crawford on the scene immediately, indicating at least one technical, and then checking it over. Let's see. Well, it's a double technical on Malone and Rodman.
Well, Karl Malone came into this final series saying he was not going to let Dennis Rodman get into his head. He was going to ignore him in every situation.
6/10 of a second remaining. They just walk it out as Karl Malone continues the discussion with Joe Crawford.
Well, it's Michael Jordan taking that last shot of the half. Karl Malone, as he has been doing throughout the series, keeping Rodman on the floor. But it looked like Rodman pulled in his shorts as that ball went through the basket, and finally he got the reaction from Karl Malone he's been trying to get all series long.
Michael Jordan with 12 of his 16 points in the second quarter. Karl Malone with 10 points, but not shooting well. The score at halftime, the Jazz 44, Bulls 37. Hannah and the halftime report in a moment.
As teammates, we won Olympic gold in Atlanta, but now we're rivals.
Don't miss history. The WNBA debut June 21st on NBC.
I miss the earth so much. I miss my wife. On such a timeless flight. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. Touchdown brings me round again to find. Oh, no, no, no. I'm a rocket man.
99-cent nuggets, please.
We have nuggets for 99 cents.
We did.
We don't now.
We'll be back in November.
Would you want to wait?
No.
Only Wendy's 99-cent super value menu has delicious choices like all white meat chicken nuggets.
And they're always 99 cents every day.
In Ames, to answer the call of the wild, one must soar with the grace and ease of the majestic eagle. Have the heart and soul of the mighty bear. and seek comfort in the great outdoors. It is here that our ancient spirits find a balanced path in our civilized world.
You don't see this every day, but you do see Wendy's 99-cent super value menu every day with our Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, Caesar side salad, or crispy chicken nuggets, and they're always just 99 cents. No strings attached.
The only one who could ever reach me was the son of a preacher man. The only boy who could ever teach me was the son of a preacher man. He was. Oh, yes, he was. Now is the time. This is the place. This is the time. Dr. Pepper. This is the place.
Michael Jordan. Grant Hill. Scottie Pippen. Patrick Ewing. John Stockton. Nothing but net. Now that's something I tried to avoid.
This is the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by Prudential, bringing strength and stability to America's families through insurance, healthcare, real estate, and financial services.
Halftime of Game 6 in Chicago, the Jazz leading the Bulls 44-37, despite a terrible first half by Karl Malone. 3 of 8 from the field, 4 of 11 from the line for 10 points. Michael Jordan leads the Bulls with 16 points and 6 rebounds. Hi, everyone. Hannah Storm back in Chicago. A week from tomorrow marks the debut of the WNBA. And looking ahead to this event, we should also reflect on the journey of the sport of women's basketball, what it has taken to reach this point. It has been a long road to acceptance and recognition for the women who play the game. Basketball's creator, James Naismith, called it the perfect game for women. And women at all levels have been playing basketball for more than a century. But Lucille Cavalos, a former college coach, remembers a time 50 years ago when women weren't supposed to play basketball.
My mother didn't want me to play, and I used to hide my sneakers outside the house and tell her I was going to see a friend, and then I would take my sneakers and take the train down to Governor's Island to play a big game.
Although society disapproved of women playing an athletic, aggressive, and competitive game, pockets of popularity remained. In Iowa, the Girls State High School Tournament has been held every year since 1920. In Tennessee, future Hall of Famer Nero White packed local gyms, leading Nashville Business College to AAU glory. Enter the 1970s, and a revolution in women's sports was sparked by congressional passage of Title IX. This groundbreaking legislation mandated equal funding for women's sports in schools. In its wake, a generation of college standouts emerged who gave the evolving game of women's basketball a recognizable face and name. Women like Carol Blazejowski, the prolific scorer from Montclair State, Ann Myers, UCLA's first female scholarship athlete, Old Dominion guard Nancy Lieberman, and in the 1980s, the incomparable Cheryl Miller of USC. By 1978, the first professional league debuted. While the pro game quickly collapsed, women's college basketball was thriving in the 90s, thanks in large part to Connecticut's perfect 35-0 season in 1995, which captured national media attention and piqued newfound public interest in the women's college game.
You saw certain colleges breaking huge attendance records. And, you know, then you have Cheryl Swoops get, you know, well before the Olympics, she gets her own shoe deal. And then it was just a trickle-down effect, and now it's exploded.
By 1996, the women's sports revolution had come full circle. In 1971, just 1 in 27 girls participated in high school sports. Today, 1 out of 3.
The coming of age of the female athlete really happened with team sports. I think women were always accepted as individual athletes, But the real acceptance came when people could embrace a woman athlete that was perceived as playing a men's game and playing it just as well and with just as much excitement.
A quarter of a century after the passage of Title IX, women's team sports in the USA invited the world to their coming out party at the 1996 Olympics in Atlanta. The U.S. women captured team golds in softball, soccer, and basketball. Their success created an outpouring of unprecedented public enthusiasm and media interest.
The Women's Olympic team really did a lot to catalyze interest, created a tremendous foundation for us, and created the momentum that you really need to get things going.
There was enough momentum for not one pro women's basketball league to be formed, but two. And 3 television networks will be broadcasting WNBA games. Commercial time in these broadcasts is already sold out for the entire season, an exceptional record for a startup league, male or female. The opening tip is just 8 days away. And making a huge commitment to this new league, NBA Commissioner David Stern, who joins us now. And David, I had a chance to be in Houston for a preseason game between Houston and Charlotte the other night. Overtime game, big enthusiastic crowd. $1,000 for his derogatory comments about Mormons. Now, it took about 4 days to come to that decision. Why did it take so long, and why was there no suspension? Your thought to that?
Well, we established a precedent earlier in the year. We thought that Dennis's sort of utterance and re-utterance of his remarks twice merited the $50,000 fine. I think the apology is appropriate. I wish it had come a bit sooner.
You established the precedent then with the remarks by John Calipari and David Halberstam?
Right. It's a privilege to play in the NBA, to be associated with. It's not a right, and you don't have the right to say anything you want to say.
David, as we all know, Phil Jackson has an unconventional clause in his contract that allows him to negotiate with other teams. Is it good for the league, good for the team, good for Phil to have that distraction? And why did the league approve it?
It slipped by us. Okay?
Did admission on television?
The answer is it won't be in any more contracts.
Okay. Contracts, as we all know, are out of control. How are you going to control them?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, we know that they're paying role players way too much. I mean, we're not even talking about superstars. Now they're starting to pay coaches too much. Even the commission is probably getting too much.
There's no question about the last one, but we have a cap. Those are the rules. If we pay out too much money, there are mechanisms in the collective bargaining agreement. If the owners pay out more than about 4% more than they promised, they can seek to reopen and negotiate to get some controls, but hopefully some sanity will prevail, because I don't think that they're necessarily out of control if teams are spending within the cap, but we'll have to see what happens this summer.
There are only so many finite seats and suites that you can sell, only so many games that you can televise, and arenas that you can build. Where is the money coming from, David?
First of all, we're going to have them cut salaries on the NBC staff, okay? Talent is getting too much, and then we're going to renegotiate the deal with our network partners that's coming up now. We're using technology. We're looking at the WNBA, and I guess most important, global. This game is being seen in 175 countries. The foreign press is all over, and just this month we opened up offices in, I guess, Barcelona, Singapore, and Taiwan. So there's going to be a lot more global business.
I'll give up my 10% if you give up your 10%.
Well, I don't know. We'll talk about it later, Pete.
Commissioner Stern, thanks for joining us. We look forward to seeing you after the final for the opening weekend of the WNBA in Los Angeles. Another very big sporting event is taking place this weekend, the U.S. Open Golf Championship, which reached the halfway mark today. For a report, we go to Dick Enberg.
Hannah All's calm now at historic Congressional Country Club after a second round today delayed over 2 hours by a lightning threat and rain, preventing nearly 40 players from finishing their second round. And early morning start to 21-year-old phenom Tiger Woods. His razor-sharp approaches produced 4 birdies in the first 7 holes. A 67, just 4 shots from the lead. Owned by Tom Lehman, the reigning British Open champion. He's in with a solid 70, 3 under for the championship. At 57, Jack Nicklaus became the oldest to ever make an Open cut. 71 today for Nicklaus. First-round leader Colin Montgomery staggered to a 76. He's with Woods at 1 over. Only 4 players are in the clubhouse playing 36 holes under par. So the second round incomplete. They'll finish early tomorrow morning prior to the start of the third round. NBC's 6 hours of coverage begins tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern, 9:30 Pacific. Now back to Chicago.
Thanks, Dick. A weekend of Michael Jordan and Tiger Woods. It doesn't get much better than that. Halftime of Game 6, the Jazz are leading the Bulls by 7. We'll be back for the second half right after these messages from your local station.
This has been the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by Prudential, bringing strength and stability to America's families through insurance, healthcare, real estate, and financial services.
Every Saturday, Miss Parker's got it in for the Pretender.
She's so mean and nasty. Talking about Miss Parker, don't you know? Don't you know?
Where is he?
Get him! Girl, you're so dangerous. You're so mean and evil, girl.
Find him.
Oh, why you got to be so bad? Why you got to be that way, girl?
That's just the way I like it.
This game is brought to you in part by Ameritech. You want to share a thought, set up an appointment, find an old friend, or learn a new fact. With Ameritech, you can do it all without a worry, because our reliable local network makes every connection work. And we do it all at the right price, with innovations like call packs. You can talk as long as you want for one low monthly price. At Ameritech, we make the local connection between people work. Stick with what works. Ameritech, your link to better communication.
Scotty, you're at the big dance, the championship series. What are you thinking? Well, at Montgomery Ward, get a Maytag, GE, or Whirlpool with free ice maker. Your choice, $5.99. A GE or Whirlpool side-by-side, your choice is $9.99. Okay, a Panasonic 32-inch stereo color TV is only $7.49. What a team, Montgomery Ward.
You can roll the back seat on a Dodge Caravan this way, that way, to the garage, out of the garage, every which way. Even the price is easy to handle. During the National Dodge Sale, you'll find all kinds of great offers on Dodge Caravan, including up to $1,000 cash back to close the deal. Caravan, the new Dodge.
Back at the United Center in Chicago, Marv Albert along with Matt Gukas, Bill Walton, Ahmad Rashad, Jim Gray, 7-point lead for Utah. As we head to the third quarter, look at the Miller Lite halftime statistics. The Jazz overall shot just under 39%, 10 of 25 from the field in terms of two-point range. Look at Karl Malone. Overall, Malone just 3 of 8, 10 points in his 20 minutes of play, 4 of 11 from the free throw line.
And you look at the shot clock, 2 of the 3 makes were absolute layups. He had the 1 jumper. I don't think 11 shots is or 8 shots is enough for Karl Malone.
And the Bulls overall at 34%. Look at that, 9 of 26 from two-point range, doing the job at the foul line, 2 of 6 from downtown.
And Michael's pattern has been to have the strong second quarter, getting 12 of his 16 there. The other thing is he's had slow third quarters.
So it's the Jazz 44 and the Bulls 37. Third quarter coming up.
places throughout the world where you can buy almost anything without cash, without checks. Because today, there are better ways to pay. Gold cards, platinum cards, debit cards, and corporate cards from MasterCard. MasterCard, the future of money.
Of all the challengers he must face, none is so determined, so relentless, so diabolically ingenious as you. Taco Bell introduces the Unmasked Batman game. Just peel back Batman's mask to reveal Bruce Wayne, and you can win cash. One of millions of prizes, or even a Batmobile, instantly. Only you can unmask Batman, only at Taco Bell.
Your attention, please. Your attention, please.
Come on, guys. Come on. Look at there. Yes, Let's go.
Welcome back to Chicago. I'm Jim Gray. As halftime winds down, I'm now joined by Larry Miller, the owner of the Utah Jazz. You sit in the meetings. You just heard halftime. What did Jerry Sloan say to the troops?
Jerry said he liked the way we were setting the tempo, pushing the ball up the floor, stay aggressive, relax and take your shots, especially from the free throw line.
You make a good reporter.
Thanks, Jim.
All right, let's send it down to Ahmad Rashad.
All right, thanks, Jim. Phil Jackson very upset at his team. Said they played horrible, no offensive rebounds, no movement in their offense, and more importantly, no intensity. They all hope to improve on all of that this second half. Marv?
All right, thanks, Ahmad. 7-point Jazz lead. Third quarter getting underway. Utah Jazz trying to become the 7th team in the history of NBA Finals play to come back from a 3-2 deficit. Hoffer, with the shot clock running down, had it deflected away. It will be Chicago maintaining possession. No one has ever done it, winning games 6 and 7 on the road. Several teams have won game 7 on the road. Well, the Chicago Bulls are hoping to wrap it up here tonight, and Michael Jordan cuts it to a 5-point Utah lead.
2 penetrations and the line of defense in the back for Utah. Ostertag just breaks down. His knees aren't flexed. His hands aren't up. He's too slow.
Stockton and Hornacek in the backcourt. Malone, Ostertag, Russell up front. Illegal defense is the call against Chicago. That is their first.
At the end of the first half, Karl Malone walking off the court, and there's Brian Williams, and neither one of them given an inch. Playoffs have begun.
A little testy, the extracurricular activity, following some technical fouls that were handed out late in that second quarter. Malone trying to work on Rodman. Stockton try to change that shot. He had nowhere to go with it.
The height of the guards. Stockton's not going to be able to get that shot to go.
Another thing Phil Jackson had to be upset about in that first half, 10 uncharacteristic turnovers for the Bulls.
And back comes Stockton, met by Hoffer. Malone from Stockton. Karl Malone with 12 points. The Jazz leading 46-39.
That's what Jerry Sloan was talking about at halftime. Push the ball at every opportunity. They have to get some easy baskets and not try to grind it out against the tough second half Chicago defense.
This is a Chicago team that went 39-2 here at home during the regular season. That's the best mark in the league. It counts. Steals the foul. Scottie Pippen getting the friendly roll, and he's headed to the line.
Chicago has a great knack of attacking where the defense is weakest. That's Hornacek on Pippen. They just continue to roll him into the lane. Scottie too tall, too strong. More importantly, too skilled.
It's an uncharacteristic place for Scottie Pippen. He usually is better when he just spontaneously goes in there or slashes in.
Nice play by Hornacek, and then Pippen got rejected. And look out. Whoa! Karl Malone trying to save it.
This is not something that you really like to see a lot. The wild play by Scottie. Great block. Ostertag's hands finally up. And then Karl Malone just keeps right on going. People bailing out. Wisely.
2 minutes have gone by in the third quarter. Utah with the ball up by 5. Pippen Did he save it? No, he stepped out of bounds, and the ball back to the Jazz.
Well, that was absolutely horrible defense by the Chicago Bulls on that pick-and-roll situation as Dennis Rodman just way back, not ready to give any help at all on John Stockton.
No offensive rebounds in this game. There's only been one stick back for both teams in the entire game. And that was by Karl Malone for one of his 3 4-point baskets.
Jordan on the box out of Hornacek. And as Jordan made the move, he took the hit. Michael went to the crossover. That's number 3. Jeff Hornacek.
Well, that's a scary thing when you have Michael coming down. He had a little bump waiting there from Dennis Rodman, and then the crossover from time to time. That's when Michael might get underneath that basketball and really turn it over on the crossover, but he got the benefit of the whistle.
Nice ball movement to set it up for Pippen, but he fired one. It was way off. Longley lost it.
That's the kind of defense that Ostertag. Karl Malone strong on the run. And you see the Jazz finding some sort of rhythm. Karl Malone was struggling early, couldn't find the range on even the wide open shots. Then he goes to the fadeaway, which then he gets a pick and roll, steps back, finds the range on that jumper, and now he's had 2 very good offensive sequences on the right side of the court in the third.
In fact, Karl Malone has hit his last 3 shots, just 4 of 11, though, at the foul line. Well, things may be turning for Karl Malone.
I noticed that Karl, on the first free throw, usually hangs in there, stays with his shot, follows through. It's on the second one when he starts to back up as he releases the shot, and he's got some bad bounces that way.
Malone hitting on both. It's the Jazz 48 and the Bulls 41. Hopper and Jordan at the guards. Rodman with Pippen and Longley up front. Pippen 3. And Ostertag able to get to the rebound. Terrible. Oh, the steal. And here's Jordan trying to put the move on Ostertag, and a foul is called. Foul committed by Russell.
Now, Scottie Pippen took a horrible 3 a couple of minutes ago from the left corner, forced one here, but then saw this one coming all the way like a free safety in football, and then all Ostertag can do is grab on and hold Michael Jordan.
Never outlet cross court. Make the short one to the near side of the field.
Now Jordan posting up and finishes with the fadeaway. So Michael Jordan has 20, and he's picked it up from the second quarter on. It is a 5-point Utah lead.
Karl Malone also getting better. What separates Jordan is great defense, Scottie Pippen, and here comes Jordan.
Jordan putting moves on Stockton. Jordan putting moves on Hornacek, going the distance. The Utah lead is down to 3. We have played 4 minutes of the third. And the outside official, Steve Davey, indicating foul number 4 on Luke Longley.
Now Michael Jordan working in the post now, getting into the lane, surrounded by 3 Utah Jazz players, but able to hang in the air and fade. And Karl Malone thought he was fouled by Pippen, was arguing with the official all the way back, did not help in transition defense, and that left Michael all alone with Hornacek.
Jordan just moves so much better than everybody else. The way Dr. J did, the way Elgin Baylor did.
Reaching in, trying to knock it away, was called for the foul. That's the second committed by Rodman.
Well, Dennis Rodman has had his problems guarding Malone in the post in the first half. Second half's much improved. Can get away with one there.
But Karl cannot let guys reach over his back when he's trying to receive down deep.
The Jazz have led by as many as 10. They've had that 10-point lead on a couple of occasions. Beautiful backcourt feed. Malone finding Stockton.
It's like automatic. Once a game, that they get that little give-and-go cut for John Stockton. He can bank it.
8 points for Stockton. But for John, only 3 assists to this point. Rodman,
Terrible shot. Jordan wide open. He's hot. And you're going to go away from him? Why?
Hornacek, yes. Jeff Hornacek at the foot on the line. It's a 2-pointer. The Jazz up by 7, and the Bulls take a timeout with 7:13 left in the third quarter. It's the Jazz 52, the Bulls 45.
If necessary, Game 7, Sunday, 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific on NBC.
Now My McDonald's has more than your favorite food. We have your favorite music, the Disney Music Collection, with great songs from your favorite Disney movies like The Lion King, Hakuna Matata, Aladdin, even a song from the new Hercules movie. You can get a CD or cassette for under $4 when you buy a Happy Meal or any large sandwich. This is really good music! So hurry into My McDonald's before it's over. And right now, you can get an extra value meal starting at just $2.99, only at My McDonald's.
Even though Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited is more sophisticated, more refined, and more luxurious than ever, you can be sure that underneath it all, it's still a Jeep.
They are the best-kept secret in the universe.
You know how to use these things?
No idea whatsoever. Their mission is to monitor extraterrestrial activity on Earth.
Right on, fellas.
They are your best.
What's this thing?
Watch your head.
Your last.
There's only one way off of this planet, baby. That's through me.
And your only line of defense. Tommy Lee Jones, Will Smith, Men in Black. Rated PG-13. Opens everywhere July 2nd.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Budweiser, Beechwood Age for a crisp, clean, classic taste. By Jeep, makers of the Jeep Grand Cherokee, Cherokee, and Wrangler. And by the owners, managers, and crew who proudly call the McDonald's in your neighborhood My McDonald's.
A magnificent view of the downtown area here in the Windy City, Chicago, Illinois. These aerial views of Chicago being brought to you by Goodyear.
Well, normally when the ball goes into the post, there's some kind of splitting action for the guard, but inadvertently, Brian Williams is going to set a screen on his own man, Ron Harper, for John Stockton, cutting through the lane and to the hoop. And what Brian Williams should be doing there, guarding Ostertag, is just planted in the lane, trying to play traffic cop, just banging anybody, but poor play by Brian Williams.
Well, John Stockton never stops moving. One thing good for the Utah Jazz, though, is that Karl Malone has worked his way back in. Post-ups here tonight. 15. What's killing the Bulls, though, is that only Scotty and Michael are playing.
And Karl Malone beginning to show some signs here in the third quarter. Scottie Pippen able to slither his way in off the box out, and with the foul, it is on John Stockton. Reminder, NBC Sports will continue its coverage of the 97th U.S. Open. That's tomorrow, 12:30 p.m. Eastern, 9:30 in the West, right here on NBC. The British Open champion, Tom Lehman, with a one-stroke lead, but 4 strokes behind. A fellow by the name of Tiger Woods, who has played his way back into contention with a round of 67 today. Our coverage continues tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern, 9:30 a.m. Pacific, right here on NBC. Just under 7 minutes to go in the third quarter, and it's the Jazz by 5.
Well, Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan have over 75% of the offense for Chicago. Rodman has 0 offensive rebounds. Just 7 for the entire series so far for Rodman. Last year in Seattle, he had 41 offense.
Oh, but a beautiful play by Dennis Rodman, a drawback foul. Offensive foul on John Stockton.
Well, Utah has had trouble with the pick and roll up here, and this is where Dennis Rodman plays it best. He actually made the little bump and the flop back. John Stockton agrees with me.
How can John Stockton knock Dennis Rodman down? Dennis Rodman's in there battling with Karl Malone.
Well, for Stockton, it's number 3. Here's Jordan putting moves on Russell. resetting, firing. Rebounded by Ostertag.
Well, one thing Chicago could do, give the ball to Brian Williams up around the top of the key elbows there, and he can beat Ostertag off the dribble. He may not score, but it might enable Dennis Rodman to get his first offensive rebound or somebody else.
Stockton, nicely done. Off the fake, John Stockton. He has 10 points.
And it's all one-on-one for Chicago. It's Michael making his move, Scotty doing his, and everybody else standing there watching.
Utah by 7. The Bulls have missed their last 5 shots. And some sloppy pass work. Jordan. Yes. He thought it was foul.
How is that not a foul? Ostertag hammering down.
The Jazz by 5. 5.5 remaining in the third quarter. And now the foul is called on Rodman in a animated conversation with Bennett Salvatore. That's 3 on Dennis.
Terrific pass by Dennis Rodman as Michael Jordan had to hang in the air those extra couple of seconds as only he can, knowing he's in trouble with the 7'2" shot blocker, but he was just able to outlast Ostertag.
And apparently they changed the foul call. It was not Rodman. Now they say Harper. So Harper is called for his third foul, and a substitution for the Bulls. Randy Brown has checked in for the first time with Howard Eisley coming on for John Stockton. A lot of whistles here in the third quarter. Again, the call against Chicago. It's number 4 on Scottie Pippen.
Michael Jordan controlling everything here for Chicago. 50% shooting, the rest of the team ice cold. Michael with 50% of the points as well. I'm wondering if Dennis Rodman had thrown his arms in the air like Michael did. I bet Dennis would have got a technical foul there, which would have been his second for the ejection.
And that foul by Pippen puts the Bulls over the foul limit. Ryan Russell at the line for the first time. He has 10 points.
I remember last year in Game 5 of the finals in Seattle, on about the third play of the game, Dennis Rodman just running back up the floor, just kind of raised his eyebrows at referee Joe Crawford and got a technical foul.
The Jazz up by 7. Utah has led by as many as 10. Here's Pippen. He got the step and foul. And it may be a flagrant. A hard foul offered up by Ostertag.
And these two have met before, Greg Ostertag and Scottie Pippen. And Scottie Pippen taking it to the basket. And that's a foul. Actually was a clean block. There may have been some contact along the way, but clearly Greg Ostertag got a good chunk of the ball, and it did not look like he was trying to take a hard foul on Scottie Pippen.
I don't think this is a flagrant foul, man. I think this is a decent block. Where they hit him in the head afterwards, but the history between these two guys that you were mentioning, where Scottie had leg whipped him a little bit and some underneath the basket activity, and then Ostertag with a very hard foul that led into the technical foul back in Utah.
I would think more from the precautionary point of view from the officials looking to stop what might happen. So they called the flagrant. Jordan got the step and held by Russell. And for Utah, that is team foul number 5. So the Bulls are also going to the line.
Chicago rediscovering what they found in Game 5 in Utah. Take the ball to the basket. When your offense is sluggish, the jump shots aren't going, drive to the goal where you may either score, get an offensive rebound, or more importantly, do this, get to the foul line.
And Jordan is now 6 of 7 at the line.
Michael Jordan, when they win, 40 attempts in 3 games, terrific average, not getting to the line at all in the losses.
We were talking earlier about the dynamic duos in the history of the NBA. Well, the duo of Jordan and Pippen have accounted for 22 of the Bulls' last 25 points. It's a 4-point Jazz lead. Eisley is playing for Stockton. The shot clock running down, and a foul, pushing foul on Jordan. That's his second.
Barb, I like the substitution of Randy Brown here. Steve Kerr's not been getting it done. Now Randy comes in, and Eisley has been playing so well that Phil Jackson thinking a little bit of defense here with Brown.
Well, Phil Jackson went to that in an earlier game in Utah, went with the defense, realizing that Isley does a remarkable job for playing so few minutes, about 10 minutes a game, but when he comes in, rarely makes a mistake. Either he's been able to score or get the ball to the right people.
And Isley has played so aggressively on the offensive end, and in those limited minutes, that's truly remarkable.
And Hornacek shot just under 90% at the line this season. As you mentioned earlier, Bill, one of the great free throw shooters in the history of the league. 6-point Utah lead. Jordan shaking off Russell, going to the reverse. Rebounded by Williams. The Jazz 58 and the Bulls 54.
That's what I mean about the penetration right now. Brian Russell cannot keep Michael Jordan from getting to the basket.
Isley, will it count? No. Foul before the shot attempt.
Even though this looks like a wild shot for some, I think everybody in the building expects it to go in. Michael hanging in the air, twisting, turning, spinning off the glass, but all eyes on Michael, enabling Brian Williams to get the offensive board.
You see how Ostertag was a little off balance. Get the middle of your chest in front of the guy. Don't come in with the side. It gives you no chance to use either arm for the block.
Randy Brown called for the foul to put Howard Isley at the line. 4:22 remaining in this third quarter. And the Jazz up by 5. Utah trying to tie the series, looking to extend to a 7th game here on Sunday night here at the United Center. And right here on NBC, the Bulls seeking to wrap it, looking for their 5th NBA title the last 7 years. Phil Jackson motioning, looking for some movement. Shot clock at 7. Jordan fires. Rebound Williams. Brian Williams rejected by Greg Ostertag. Rebound Rodman. And a foul against Utah.
Well, Michael, Dennis Rodman's first offensive rebound of the game, but a poor execution by the Chicago Bulls, taking way too much time to get the ball into the hands of Michael Jordan, who is right now is having his way with Brian Russell.
And you may have seen some attempted chicanery. Scottie Pippen went to the free throw line knowing that it was Dennis Rodman who was fouled. And Rodman hits the first.
For Utah, though, to have Jordan shoot a wide-open 3 and to give up a weak side offensive rebound is unacceptable. Karl Malone and Ostertag have to be dominant there. Rodman can't find the second.
So the Jazz up 60 to 55. Well, Rodman is first point, but he has done a good job off the boards. He has 8 rebounds. They double up on Isley. Ostertag, nice pass. Karl Malone from Greg Ostertag, and the Jazz have a 7-point advantage.
They haven't been going to Karl, but he's been getting his numbers by running the floor and moving without the ball.
Isley over to help out on Jordan. And a 3-second violation.
Good ball movement for the Jazz. Karl at the high post here, then it swings all the way around and then just slides right down the lane. Textbook basketball. Perfect execution in the half-court set.
At the other end of the floor, Howard Isley is not going to worry about Randy Brown at the offensive end. He'll be looking to help out on Jordan or Pippen.
Oh, Jordan scooped it up on the steal. The Bulls are hoping it gets the crowd going. The crowd has been quiet. They have not had much to cheer about. The level of play has not been at a high level.
Jordan just going for steals on every play here.
Utah by 5. Cut clock to 3. Hornacek. And the blocking foul is called out here. Looking for a charge on Hornacek, but it goes the other way. Foul on Rodman.
Well, Michael buzzing on defense right now, ready to dart in every passing lane, just swiping right by Brian Russell.
So 2:26 to go in the third. We'll be right back.
Nobody owns us, man. When I say us, I mean ball player. Ball player, nobody owns us.
You understand? And nobody can own basketball. There's no one person can own this game. You can take away the NBA, so what? Take it away. You can take away the endorsements, so what? You can take away the logos on the shoes, or what? Take them off. But when you take all that away, that Zoe, that Indiana boy, and the street baller, you're gonna still be butter.
I've been chasing this guy ever since I joined the force.
For Special Agent Sean Archer,
He's the most dangerous criminal of mind I've ever known.
there's only one way to catch a killer.
I will become him.
From the director of Broken Arrow, John Travolta,
Nothing like having your face cut off to disturb your sleep.
Nicolas Cage, Face Off.
You're not having any fun.
Rated R starts Friday, June 27th, everywhere.
Introducing the new Jeep Cherokee. While it still has one of the most powerful engines in its class, the all-new interior will impress you. And while its off-road capability is legendary, you'll find a quieter ride. Now, with refinements like these, will you still recognize it? We think so. The new Jeep Cherokee, with over 40 advancements.
Hey, what's our good buddy Don? He thinks he can meet that girl. And what's the bet?
Hey, Brick Boy, go dust yourself off. Hi, Cupcake. What do you say I buy you a Bud Light and you appreciate it?
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down.
Nicely done. Fun to watch.
Make it a Bud Light.
Hey, starting this Sunday, it's Rockin' Radio Sundays. That's Third Rock and News Radio together for the summer.
Damn, it's Chris Zappy.
Two of the funniest shows on television.
I'm ready to party.
Together all summer. Third Rock and News Radio. If you haven't seen it, it's new to you, NBC Sunday.
3 minutes ago, Scottie Pippen picked up his 4th foul. Phil Jackson has elected to keep him in the ball game the whole time, and the way the refs are calling it very close, that's a huge gamble for the Chicago Bulls. But he's really playing well. They can't afford to lose him.
Normally the man he's playing is Brian Russell, who's not a driver as such. Jeff Hornacek realizes it, takes advantage to get in, and the reason that was called a block on Dennis Rodman, too far underneath the basket and too much contact.
Well, let's see how the Jazz play it now with Pippen standing on the floor with the 4, Jeff Hornacek. Back of the line, he's 6 of 7 at the line.
Utah is not an isolation type of team where they try to go at somebody to get fouls on, other than if it's Karl Malone, where they're going to pound the ball inside. But every once in a while, whoever gets the ball, as Jeff Hornacek did there, should take the opportunity to try to drive by Scottie Pippen.
Brian Russell can get a foul on Scottie. Real key here in the third, though. Chicago has 8 offensive rebounds in the third quarter alone. You can't beat Chicago unless you take care of your defensive backboard.
The Utah Jazz have had the lead most of the way. They've led by as many as 10. And right now they're up by 7. A 4 shooting third quarter. Bulls 7 of 20 from the field, and Kukoc lost it. Here comes Isley. Isley all the way. He had the 2-on-1, but elected to take the shot.
Poor spacing. 2-on-1. One defender back at the ball on the side and spread the court.
Just under 2 minutes remaining in the third. Pippen facing the double. Shot clock at 5. And Joe Crawford with the whistle indicating illegal defense on Utah.
The ball coming down the middle of the court. When it's one defender back, you got to have the ball on the side. That makes the defender commit to the wing, and that allows you to pass the ball to the guy coming up the middle of the court.
These teams get so few fast breaks, they don't get enough practice at it. I never see teams just do not want to get out and run. Take advantage of those long rebounds and those steals as much as they should.
You played for Jack Ramsey. You know how to run the 2-on-1.
Only the first illegal defense that was called. It counts in the foul. So Pippen with the bucket, and he heads to the line. The foul committed by Hornacek, his 4th.
Now Hornacek in foul trouble. That'll bring Shannon Anderson. Terrific position, this time by Scottie Pippen. The drop step and able to avoid any double team that was about to come down as Howard Eisley continues to be the rover defensively, not worried at all about Randy Brown as an offensive player.
Hornacek is the bench with 4, but as I'm watching Scottie play right now, a good time for a flop against him to try to pick up his 5th foul. Chicago comes with the press after the made free throw.
There you go to the trap, and it succeeds. Apparently a foul call. Looked like they came up with a steal, but Randy Brown reaching in, and it led to the whistle. Both teams have been over the limit for some time here in the 3rd quarter. The Jazz, in fact, have hit on their last 11 free throws after a poor start at the line. That by virtue of the problems that Karl Malone was having at the line at the start. So Shannon Anderson, the rookie out of Georgia, will shoot a pair. He's 3 of 4 at the foul line. Minute 39 remaining. In this 3rd quarter, it's the Jazz up by 4. Anderson connecting on 1 of 2. Utah leading 65-60.
The pace of this game, you're going to wonder what Jackson and Sloan are going to do with their normal substitution. I think the guys can go the whole way. It's been a half-court game.
George with the step. And Morris on the rebound. Eisley. Here's Russell for 3. So Brian Russell with 14 points. That's his 4th from downtown. That was deflected out by the Jazz. The Bulls with 21 on the shot clock.
That's what I mean about taking advantage of an opportunity. Michael Jordan Grove missed that layup and never could get back in transition. Howard Eisley took good advantage of it, breaking the defense down, getting into the lane, and finding the open man in the left corner.
Judd Bushler has checked back in. What a ball game for Brian Russell. 4 of 6 from three-point land. And a reach-in foul. It's on Chris Morris, his 2nd.
It's so tough. Virtually, it's impossible to guard Jordan. Matt, you've seen most of his games. Which way would you send Jordan, right or left?
Well, it's so different. When the open floor, you try to make him go left. He's less effective. When he has the ball out on the wing, however, you can't give him baseline. He's too quick. He beats the defense to the basket. You have to force him to the middle and get help from that next defender.
And there is Scottie Pippen. Right now, Scottie sitting down, replaced by Judd Bushler. Sitting down with the 4 fouls. Utah up 68-61. Just under 1 minute remaining in the 3rd quarter. Then a big bounce-back performance by the Jazz after the loss at home. Oh, what a shot by Eisley.
Randy Brown played him perfectly. Eisley, outstanding player. A free agent like a lot of these Utah Jazz are.
Utah by 9. Barnes got a piece of it. Jordan way off after the fake. Bushler has to fire it. That could be a huge shot. Since Jordan did not make contact with the rim, the 24-second clock was down to 1. And Bushler hit the 3. The Jazz now leading 70-64. We come up on 10 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. Eisley kept alive by Morris. That's the end of the 3rd quarter. So it's the Utah Jazz 70, the Chicago Bulls 64. The Jazz trying to send it to a 7th and final game here on Sunday. We'll be back here in Chicago after these messages from your local station. You are watching the NBA on NBC.
closer to this season's NBA champions in the official 1996-97 NBA championship video. It's the ultimate collectible sports video that features the new NBA champions' greatest moments, plus exclusive interviews and behind-the-scenes footage you'll find no place else. The official NBA championship video will be in store starting July 11th, or order it now by calling 1-800-961-7337. New from NBA Video.
America's most watched news magazine, Dateline, now on Monday.
This game is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealer.
Scotty, you're at the big dance, the championship series. What are you thinking? Well, at Montgomery Ward, get a Maytag, GE, or Whirlpool with free ice maker. Your choice, $5.99. A GE or Whirlpool side-by-side, your choice is $9.99. Okay, a Panasonic 32-inch stereo color TV is only $7.49. What a team, Montgomery Ward.
I win! Oh, coming through. I win!
If you like winning, play the Illinois Lottery's big game. With 9 ways to win and an average of 100,000 Illinois winners every week, you gotta like your chances.
The winning number is 11.
I win again!
The Mega Million Dollar Big Game. Play to win.
Copyrighted telecast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, or rebroadcast without the express written consent of the NBA.
Well, back in Salt Lake City, Utah at the Delta Center, better than 2,000 showing up to watch what is taking place here in Chicago. They're checking it all out on the big screen in Salt Lake City. And here at the United Center, better than 24,000 on hand. They are hoping to see the Chicago Bulls make it a 5th NBA title of the last 7 years. Utah seeking to tie the series to send it to a 7th game on Sunday for the Utah Jazz. Their first ever NBA Finals appearance. Illegal defense has been called for the 2nd time on Chicago. John Stockton heads to the line as this 4th quarter gets underway. Let's check in with Ahmad Rashad. Ahmad?
All right, thanks, Marv. Phil Jackson doing it last time out, trying to pump his team up, telling them they had no momentum. They had to really turn the intensity on for this last 4th quarter. Let's go down to Jim Gray.
All right, thanks, Ahmad. I asked the coaching staff during the last timeout, in practice or on the plane, did they talk about that big 16-point lead they gave up in the first half of Game 5? Coaching staff said, no, Jerry didn't want to talk about it. We don't play in reverse. We don't revisit things that are bad and try and replay them in our minds. Marv.
All right, thanks, Jim. Kickball has been called. A new 24 presented to the Jazz. It's Utah 71 and Chicago 64.
Well, 4th quarters are when the Chicago defense gets very serious, but it's going to be hard to do right now as Michael Jordan gets a breather to start the 4th.
Stockton being played by Kerr. Here's Malone over to set the pick. Stockton. Crowd looking for a traveling violation, but no question about the foul called on Steve Kerr.
You look at the big four tonight. Jordan huge as always. Scotty very good, but played by the foul trouble. Karl Malone working his way into it. And John Stockton now on the line just suckered Steve Kerr. Stockton has owned Steve Kerr in this series.
And for John Stockton, that's 2 of 2 at the line. Chicago Bull fans like to think back to Game 6 of the final series in '92 against Portland. Remember, the Bulls down 15 after 3 quarters. Trailed 79-64, led by the bench. And then Michael Jordan came on for the finishing touches. They were able to win it. Pippen is fouled by Morris. So Scottie Pippen is back on the floor here at the start of the 4th quarter, playing with the 4 fouls as Michael Jordan continues to rest up. Well, don't miss sports history when the WNBA will make its debut. That'll be next Saturday at 3:30 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC. 2 of the leading members of the gold medal winning Team USA at the 1996 Olympics will go head-to-head. Lisa Leslie and the Los Angeles Sparks facing Rebecca Lobo and the New York Liberty. That'll be the debut of the WNBA next Saturday, 3:30 p.m. Eastern, here on NBC. The Jazz 73 and the Bulls 66. Hicks by in his fourth quarter. And tried to call for time, but did not get the call on the careless pass. So the Bulls get it back. Brian Williams setting it up on Karl Malone. Here's Kerr on a quick break. Steve Kerr with a two-pointer. It's down to 5.
And Chicago is going to have to figure out how they want to play these pick and rolls. Steve Kerr has had all kinds of problems with John Stockton on this play.
Minute and a half gone by in the fourth. Anderson way off after the setup by Stockton. Pippen for 3. Yes. Utah needs a timeout. The Bulls are within 2, and Jerry Sloan will talk it over.
I'm the luckiest man alive.
You know, gasoline don't taste so good since Prohibition. What do you...
I just bought this camera. Does my Visa card...
The Sunday Night Baseball game.
No? Oh, boy. Hey, does Visa have any place out here I can pick up a new card today? No, but I'm driving to Vegas to see Steve and Edie tonight.
Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Wow!
What was that? Visa says they're everywhere, but American Express helps you with just about everything.
You think we should get...
Have to play it again.
More.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
1 out of every 5 black men died before they reached the age of 25. That was Benji's number. Benji was the first in Chicago history to ever be named top high school in the nation, right before he was gunned down. But you know what? Benji's not dead. Benji's spirit lives on in every jump shot. Remember, shoot over, brother, not at them.
What four-letter word was everyone screaming in this tiny Los Angeles club on June 4th? Bush. The Miller Genuine Draft blind date. Small clubs, large bands, big mystery. Explore the unknown. Next blind date, July 18th, San Francisco. To win, listen to your radio.
Miller Genuine Draft presents a classic moment of the NBA at 50.
Well, tonight a look at Game 6 success for the Bulls, starting with the 92 finals against Portland, as we just discussed. The Bulls overcoming a 15-point fourth-quarter deficit to win their second straight title. The next year, it was John Paxson's game winner in the final seconds, giving the Bulls a three-peat. And last year against Seattle, the Bulls wrapped up their fourth title in 6 years with a Game 6 victory in front of the hometown folks here in Chicago. In recognition of these classic moments, the Miller Brewing Company will donate $1,000 to the Thurgood Marshall Scholarship Fund.
Well, the pick and roll is going to be the key play for Utah. And what Chicago has had success with in fourth quarters is having Scottie Pippen run at Stockton to get the ball out of his hands.
And here he comes again. The Jazz lead is down to 2. They've led by as many as 10. 2 minutes gone by in the fourth. Malone met by the double. Shot clock at 5. Stockton. You saw Kerr try to draw that pass. The tip was loose. And then rebounded by Williams. Utah wanted to travel. Here comes Kukoc. Kerr. Forsberg. Williams. Played by Malone. Ryan Williams. Stripped by Malone. Kukoc retrieves. Shot clock at 3. Williams. Back for Kukoc. and rebounded by Anderson.
That's a typical Karl Malone defensive play, stripping the ball down low. Brian Williams is aware of that and still laid it out for him to knock away.
MVP time for Karl Malone. No delivery, making away once again. There's nobody guarding him. Get to the hoop, please.
Steve Kerr setting it up for Tony Kukoc. Here's the screen by Williams. Kerr for three. Yes. The Chicago Bulls have taken the lead for the first time since the opening minute when they led 2-0. Anderson sets it up for Malone, and he was fouled.
And I don't think it's a case of the Utah Jazz going lightly now with Jordan on the bench. It's just some of the Bulls starting to step up right now. That was all set up by Tony Kukoc's penetration. First pass to Bushler, second pass to Kerr, as Michael Jordan becoming a happy cheerleader.
How important are their second units? Chicago not playing well at all. Bushler comes out, strokes that big three at the end of the third, and now Kerr has found his rhythm. Kukoc.
But that's why Tony Kukoc is so important to this team when he is right. But he has not been physically right with that short foot because he can create plays.
Malone has hit 4 of his last 5 at the line. And here comes Michael Jordan. The hand is for Jud Bushler.
The great play that he made at the end of the third quarter and the extra pass is why he's getting this kind of reaction.
Bulls with 10 unanswered points, capped off by the 3 by Steve Kerr. So Karl Malone converts 1 of 2, and he's tied the game at 74. 8.5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter.
I don't think Kukoc could guard Hornacek down there deep. The other way around, excuse me.
Kerr for 3. And last touch by Williams. It will be Utah ball. The Bulls trailed by 9 in the opening minute of the fourth quarter. They began to pick it up late in the third. They trailed by as many as 10 in the first half. The game is tied at 74. Malone. Yes. Karl Malone got the roll. So Malone has picked it up in the second half. Now has 19, and Utah leads by 2.
Scottie Pippen gun shy to come down and double team Malone. He got hurt a couple of times in the first half. That enables Malone to get in the lane.
Oh, Jordan had the step and then was stripped. It will be Chicago ball.
Karl Malone in the hoop. We've been chastising him for fading away. This time he rolls right in and gets the friendly bounce. Finally.
Jordan, yes. And he's tied the game at 76. 31 points for Michael Jordan.
I don't think you can let Michael Jordan. Oh, what a pass.
Anderson blowing the stuff. He thought he was fouled.
Jerry Sloan livid. There was no call.
Jordan being played now by Hornacek. Goes right at him. Beats him off the dribble. And then lost his balance. And the ball kicked out of bounds. The last touch by the Jazz.
Well, what would have been so important about that last play as Scottie Pippen got caught peeking at Karl Malone, his man back cut, and he blocked the shot from behind. It would have been Scottie Pippen's 5th foul. Here comes Pippen on Shannon Anderson from behind. All ball.
Jerry Sloan very upset. He was looking for the foul call, obviously, on Pippen.
Strangers in the night, exchanging glances, wandering in the night. What were the chances sharing love before the night was through. Strangers in the night, two lonely people, we were strangers in the night. Up to the moment when we said our first hello, little did we know, love was just a glance away. Away. Doody-dooby-doo. Do-do-do-dee-da-da-da-da-da-da-ya-ya-ya.
It's all about to happen. The Chicago Bulls in the playoffs, and it's time to... No, please. Please, Mr. Washington. Please, go back. Come on.
Oh, the game.
Grab a Miller Lite.
They're holding. Hitters in the middle. Away.
82 Masters champion Tiger Woods roared back into contention with a sizzling 67. But 96 Player of the Year Tom Lehman, 94 U.S. Open champion Ernie Els, and more stand in his way. Golf's greatest championship, the U.S. Open, live tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern, 9:30 Pacific on NBC.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Nissan, who reminds you that life is a journey. Enjoy the ride. By Nike, who encourages you to participate in the lives of America's youth. And by Miller Genuine Draft, who reminds you it's time for better beer bread.
These aerial views of Chicago being brought to you by Goodyear. 7:05 remaining, fourth quarter. The game is tied at 76. A moment ago, there was some concern over at the Chicago bench. You see the drive by Michael Jordan, and hit the floor, landed on his wrist. And they checked it out. Chicago trainer Chip Schaefer over to take a look at the wrist of Michael Jordan. Let's check in with Ahmad Rashad. Ahmad?
All right, Marv. Chip Schaefer was just over asking Mike how the wrist was. It's a little bit sore, but he was fine. Marv?
All right, Ahmad, and Michael Jordan remaining on the floor. 12 on the shot clock. Scottie Pippen. And Utah looking for a tie-up. Joe Crawford saying, discussing with Steve Javie, but calling the foul on Stockton, and that is number 4 on Stockton.
Breakdown defensively for Utah. You can't let a guy just set a screen and then walk in uncontested for a layup attempt.
And Michael Jordan sets that all up because on underneath out-of-bounds play, you are so worried about where Jordan is going, it creates opportunities for his teammates.
Both teams have 2 team fouls. Jordan on the pull-up. And rebounded by Russell. Well, they made a change on that foul. It's Hornacek, not Stockton. Here's Hornacek firing. Yes, a 3 out for Jeff Hornacek, who now has 5 fouls. So Hornacek with 5 and Stockton with 3. And the Jazz up 79-76. And deflected out of bounds. Last touch by Russell. So it will be Chicago ball. Look at the foul rundown. 5 on Hornacek, 4 apiece on Longley, Pippen, and Williams.
Jordan. You can't just open up the floodgates.
Well, there's no shot blocker in there. The whole weak side defense had their back turned. As Michael has been thinking, take the ball to basket. You better have some help in there.
It is a 1-point Utah lead. 33 for Jordan. Anderson got the step. And Pippen had a kind of pullback. Did not want to pick up number 5.
Matt pointed out earlier that Scottie's just chasing that ball all the time. So who's ever matched up with Scottie can get wide open.
Jordan. And Malone trying to keep it alive. Knocked it out of bounds. So it will be Chicago maintaining possession.
Michael Jordan just able to overpower Shannon Anderson. Nothing Hornacek can do. He's playing with 5 personal fouls. Karl Malone, not a shot blocker, up high, had his back turned anyway.
Delay of game was just called on the Jazz. 5:45 remaining in the fourth quarter. And the Jazz up by 3 points. Had it knocked away, and again, last touch by Malone.
Multiple opportunities. Everything under the basket is going Chicago's way. Karl Malone frustrated. Jerry Sloan disappointed. Malone has got to take over this defensive backboard. Snatch some balls. Knock some shots down.
Kukoc, played by Hornacek, who has 5 fouls. Kukoc goes around Hornacek.
Oh, that's what Tony Kukoc can do. Have not seen it at all in the series till that play.
That's the matchup I was trying to get to, but I had it flip-flop.
The Jazz by 1. Coming up on 5 minutes to go on the 4th.
Again, Bernie, Scottie Pippen, and Shandon Anderson cannot convert the layup.
That's the second time he's blown the layup, and this time Jordan comes right back. Anderson thought he was fouled. No foul called. And the Bulls have taken a 1-point lead. Here's the trap on Stockton. And a foul. A holding foul. And the foul on Pippen. That's his 5th.
Scottie gambling, as Matt has been pointing out, and Shandon Anderson cannot get this layup. Should have taken it up strong side. There was nobody there to contest. Now, Jim Gray has been telling us that Utah has to come to the ball and not run away from it against the Chicago press.
What do you do with Pippen? You keep him on the floor here. 4 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. He looked over at the bench. Kukoc on the intercept. Scottie Pippen is playing with 5. He and Phil Jackson just had communication, in fact.
I think you've got to leave him in right now. There's very little time left.
And the foul on Russell. Tony Kukoc emerging as a major factor, a very tough matchup for Utah.
Experienced players know how to play with 5 fouls. Scottie Pippen has basically been a rover anyway, has not had individual defense responsibilities, but obviously he has to be careful.
Both teams have 3 team fouls. Jordan, Russell had fallen down, but Jordan could not take advantage. Hornacek playing with the 5, racing it down. Played aggressively by Kerr. Russell for 3.
Denver had a good look at it. Was looking to pass initially.
Kukoc trying to avoid the charge. The officials have it over. It's Chicago ball.
That brings a look of bewilderment to Jerry Sloan.
And Scottie Pippen just looked over here. I think he said, I got away with one there. I thought he slapped that ball out of bounds.
Just under 4 minutes remaining. 4th quarter. The Bulls hoping to wrap the series in this game number 6. The Jazz looking to extend to a 7th game. Jordan with the spin. Yes! And the Bulls lead by 3, 84-81. Whistle, and it's Salvatore calling the foul. Let's see. May have been Rodman.
A moment ago, Scottie Pippen slapping that ball at half court. They did not call a foul, and then Jordan comes right back and drills that baseline jumper unguardable.
And it was Rodman on the personal. That is his 4th. And the 4th team foul on Chicago. Utah has 3. Malone over Rodman. Yes. So Karl Malone with a big bucket as we come up on 3 minutes remaining in the 4th quarter. The Bulls lead by 1.
Well, Karl is battling much harder for that low post position in this game than in last, and Rodman can't handle him inside.
But Karl can't get the defensive rebound.
However, Joe Crawford with the call against Utah. Michael Jordan was sent to the floor by Karl Malone. That's 3 on Malone. Timeout taken with 2:55 to go in the 4th.
This summer,
The president's plane has been hijacked.
while the world holds its breath,
Nobody does this to the United States.
the fate of a nation
History will judge you by what you do right now.
rests on the courage of one man.
We cannot give in to their demands. It won't end there.
And if you die in that plane, does it end there?
Harrison Ford,
Get off my plane!
Air Force One. This film is not yet rated. Opens everywhere July 25th.
Budweiser.
I can't believe they went with the frogs.
Louis.
Our audition was flawless.
Louis.
We did the look. Huh? We did the tongue. Right in their mood. That was great.
Louis, frogs sell beers. That's it, man. Number one rule.
Players have finished. Tom Lehman is the only player who's been able to shoot par better in each of these 2 rounds.
Budweiser, buddy. This was big. Those frogs are going to pay.
Let it go, Louis. Let it go.
If it were a guy's world, this would be your 9 to 5. French fries would be considered a 4th food group. And you'd be so cool, you'd never sweat. But in the real world, guys sweat 40% more than women. Guys need the protection of Speed Stick Gel. No other gel keeps you drier, cooler, or more protected in this world. Or the world where this is a career goal. Speed Stick Gel. It's just for the guys.
Later on in All New Tonight Show, Jay's got Batman and Robin's Elle McPherson.
I'm a bat babe.
I'll say. And look what else she can do. Plus, Iron Jay knows all.
Can you tell me the difference between yoga and Tai Chi?
I think Tai Chi's a little spicier, isn't it?
And them hogs is out of control. Then Conan's got Spike Lee, NBC tonight.
Well, no surprises here. Michael Jordan has been the man in the 4th quarter. So far in this one, 8 points as he drives by Shannon Anderson. Pulls up too quickly over Hornacek, and then a turn-away jump shot over Brian Russell as Michael Jordan wants that ball in his hands. And it has been all the 4th quarters where Michael Jordan has done the most damage, averaging just under 11 in that 4th quarter.
And Michael Jordan with 37 points on 14 of 32 shooting. Scottie Pippen with 23. Let's check in with Jim Gray.
All right, Marv, during that timeout, Jerry Sloan very encouraging to his guys. Said to Shandon Anderson with a smile, keep going there. If you got the layup, next time you'll make it. Looked at Brian Russell, said, you got an open shot, take it. He was laughing, smiling, and having a good time. Something rare in this instance. Marv?
All right, Jim, yes, the Jazz with several opportunities here in the last couple of minutes. Both teams with 3 conventional timeouts. They each have a 20. Russell, he flecks it out of bounds. 12 on the shot clock. 2 minutes and 42 seconds to go. In the 4th quarter, it is Chicago ball, and they lead by 1. Chicago can get Kukoc in the paint when they want it. Here's Jordan. Rodman's back tap handled by Stockton. With an opportunity to recapture the lead. Stockton using the screen. Sets it up for Hornacek. Jordan with the rebound. Jordan saw the opening and then gave it up to Kerr. Jordan. The Bulls 86 and the Jazz 83.
How you respond to pressure, that's going to determine this game. It's been Jordan Hughes so far. Now it's Karl Malone time to battle the MVP.
Well, Hornacek had to save that pass from a long hit. Russell for 3. An enormous shot by Brian Russell. He's 5 of 8 from downtown. He's tied the game at 86.
Terrific job by Jeff Hornacek just to get rid of the ball, get it out to Shannon Anderson, who doesn't want to shoot it, but got it to somebody who will.
A minute and a half left in the 4th. Pippen. Scottie Pippen on the follow, and the tip missed by Rodman. Gathered in by Stockton. Stockton checking with Jerry Sloan at the bench. 1:15 remaining. The Jazz desperately trying to stay alive to send it to a 7th and deciding game. Oh, we come up on 1 minute remaining in the 4th quarter. The game is tied at 86. Jordan with the step. Jordan not able to hit. He thought he was fouled. And it's Utah ball with 45 seconds to go in the 4th.
And finally a defensive rebound for Karl Malone. The shot clock's in their favor if they play it smart.
10 on the 24. Stockton getting the screen. The pass finding Anderson. It's really missed on a reverse. And a timeout is called by Chicago.
But Jerry Sloan showing unbelievable confidence in the rookie Shandon Anderson, doing a good job defensively, having a nightmare at the offensive end.
I think I'll take Ralphie for a drive.
Stick out your tongue, please.
In good times and bad, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, for auto, for home, for life insurance. It's reassuring to know there's someone you can talk to, someone who knows life is full of surprises and can help you prepare for them. Being in good hands is the only place to be.
Now that's music to my ears.
Shandon Anderson having all kinds of trouble around the basket, going up for the shot. And keep an eye on Scottie Pippen. He is going to touch the rim right there before that shot is even released. He's actually grabbed it. Jerry Sloan all over the official, wanting a goaltend there. Steve Javie just came over and explained, saying the official said that ball had no chance to go in, wasn't involved in the shot, no goaltend.
And Scottie hit the rim and then just put his hand on it. He didn't hang on it. The ball had no chance to go in, and the grab didn't affect the shot.
Let's check in with Ahmad over at the Chicago bench.
All right, Marv, no surprise. During that timeout, Michael Jordan kept saying over and over, give it to me, give it to me. So he will be isolated. Let's go down to Jim Gray.
All right, Ahmad. Well, Jerry Sloan was saying, don't run away from Michael. Stay with him this time. Whatever you do, stay with him. If you're picked off him, get right back to him. Marv?
All right, Jim, 25 seconds in regulation. Game tied at 86. 4-second differential between the 24-second clock and the game clock. It is Michael Jordan time. Scottie Pippen looking for Michael Jordan. Checks the clock. 5 on the 24. Here's Jordan. Did not have the shot. Curved up. 5 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. The Jazz take a timeout.
Well, the question was, would they come double Michael Jordan? Stockton game. Steve Kerr, reminiscent of John Paxson in '93.
Living Needs allows you to access most of the death benefit while you're living. I was able to hand her a check. Whatever she felt like she needed to do to improve the quality of her life, she was able to make those decisions. It wasn't somebody saying, you have to die and then we'll give the money to your family. I took a great deal of pride in the fact that Prudential developed it. The financial worries were not there. Those kids were able to have a happy Hanukkah because of the benefits that we were able to pay out in Living Needs.
This
is the Coke that came with the Gap, that got the special MasterCard, that got the cash, that bought the gas, that powered the car, that carried the voyagers who hit the road to navigate the interstate, and follow the sun that looked down on the coast, that had the place, that had the pool, that threw the fiesta, that changed the lives of both the guys, that got the Coke that came with the cap, that got the special MasterCard, that got the cash. So what are you waiting for? Get the Coke.
We've been working hard all year to bring the championship back to Chicago.
Now to one. Here's Jordan.
We're not there yet, so we're still counting on all of your support.
Nice throw by Jordan, and it's tipped home by Rothman.
Just like last time, we're all in this together.
If we win, celebrate our achievements with style and dignity.
This is Chicago's moment to shine. Let's show the world how to do it right.
NBC puts a new face on comedy. Actually, 3 new faces. Well, actually, their faces aren't new. It's more...
Just tell them who they are! I don't want to know. Yes, I do. Who is she? I don't want to know. I do.
Kirstie Alley, Tony Danza, and, what's her name?
Hello?
Jenny McCarthy. 3 comedies that'll make the other networks say...
Well, Steve Kerr with 7 of his 9 points in the 4th quarter. You'll recall he missed a very important shot in Game 4 that led to the Chicago loss to Utah. Remember the statement from Charles Barkley about a month ago? If he had a game on the line, 1 shot to take, the man to take it, according to Barkley, would be Steve Kerr.
Well, he wanted it and told Michael Jordan in that huddle, as the barbershop told him, if my man leads to double Stockton, I am stepping right into that shot, and Steve let it go with confidence.
Now the question is, how will the Jazz play it? You look for the best possible shot, you look for the 3, you look for the 2.
On the move, go with either Stockton, preferably on the move to set up Brian Russell or Shandon Anderson.
Well, Russell will inbound. He's been the hot man from 3-point range. And they took the delay of game. They wanted to get a look at what Utah was about to do. 5 seconds remaining in regulation. The inbound. Of a second remaining. It's a 4-point lead. There will... Now, probably they'll say now it's over. The clock did run out. The Utah Jazz indicating that there still should have been 0.6 of a second remaining. But the indication is it is all over. The Bulls have won the title by defeating the Jazz 90-86. It is Bedlam here at the United Center. Chicago Bulls, their 2nd straight championship, 5 in 7 years. For the Utah Jazz, the conclusion to what has been a terrific season. A record of 64-18, a franchise record, but this is how it concluded for the Jazz.
Marv, the height of Tony Kukoc on the inbound pass, he deflected that ball, and when it bounced, Scotty just dove for it, and then the finishing slam for Kukoc to cap it.
And with Shandon Anderson on the floor, not really a threat. Scottie Pippen looking to hang in the middle of the floor, so quick to it, and then having the wherewithal to knock it loose to Kukoc before he gets fouled.
And Phil Jackson, so calm, so at peace with himself. And then the triumphant fist in the air. And he starts whistling, the true sign of a coach.
And the Jazz elected to Michael Jordan, finished as the runner-up in the regular season to Karl Malone. The celebration continues here at the United Center in Chicago.
Well, it was obviously Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen carrying the offensive load, but they desperately needed their supporting cast, not with any mammoth numbers or anything like that, but just key plays here and there. They got it from Judge Bushler. They got it from Tony Kukoc on that last defensive play. And did they ever get it from Steve Kerr on the game-winning field goal?
And then when it was all over, Karl Malone goes by and congratulates Phil Jackson. An emotional moment there. Very tough and disappointing. You don't get this far very many times. And then the two MVPs, Jordan and Karl Malone.
And the man who hit the game winner, Steve Kerr, out of the University of Arizona in his 9th NBA season, had not been shooting well throughout the series. We mentioned the critical shot he missed from deep in the corner in game number 4, but he hit the big one here this evening.
Well, it was 2 games ago that Phil Jackson challenged Steve Kerr to get much tougher and more physical defensively against John Stockton, telling him that he was going to stay with him if he gave it to him at the defensive end. In game 5, Steve Kerr got tangled up with Stockton on a couple of occasions. In fact, getting it technical, but that big field goal by Steve Kerr has to make him feel very, very good.
Well, this capacity crowd remaining. We have lots more to come. We'll be talking to some of the key members from both teams. We'll have the presentation of the championship trophy by NBA Commissioner David Stern and the announcement and presentation of the NBA Finals MVP trophy. We'll be back in Chicago after this from your local station.
If you've missed any of NBC's Comedy Tuesday, then this week it's new to you. First, the Mad About You road trip, where Paul experiences male bonding. Ow! What are you, nuts? Then that classic Frasier with Eddie and the dog psychiatrist.
You give a dog an hour, you can bill him for 7.
And have you seen this Caroline moment? If not, it's new to you, NBC Tuesday.
You don't want to miss this. 1.9% financing for up to 48 months at your Ford dealer. You heard right. 1.9 financing on Taurus, Escort, Contour, and the all-new ZX2. Are you with me on this? 1.9 financing can save you thousands. Wow! Or for a longer term, get 3.9 financing for up to 60 months. How much can that save you? Wow! That's 1.9 for 48, 3.9 for 60, even cash back as high as $2,000. Better hurry. Get to your favorite Ford dealer today.
Buttons were invented around 1300 in Europe, and before that they used string. A lot of people don't know that. And I tell my kids, oh yeah, they're just buttons, but they pay for your food, and your clothes, your house, education, everything is from these. And people work here, and they support their kids, buy appliances, all from buttons. They hold a lot more than clothes together, I like to think.
It's your life's work. Does your bank understand that?
Last year, Volkswagen rocked the automotive world by putting a bike on a car, the Jetta Trek. This year, we tried to take it one step further. The Jetta Shepherd, the Jetta Spin Drive, the Jetta Weber. Then it hit us. Let's just do the same thing, only with a Jetta and a Golf. Introducing the Volkswagen Trek. Your choice of a Golf or a Jetta, complete with a roof rack and a 21-speed Trek mountain bike as standard equipment. Yes, we've done it again. Literally. On the road of life, there are passengers and there are drivers.
The NBC5 News team, committed to Chicago.
Miller Lite congratulates the NBA champion Chicago Bulls. After over 100 games this season, for a 5th time, it's Miller time.
Welcome back to the United Center in Chicago. The Bulls have defeated the Jazz 90-86 to take the NBA Finals in 6 to make it 5 championships the past 7 seasons. For the trophy presentation, let's join with Ray Clay on the public address.
Presentation of the 1997 NBA Finals MVP and the Larry O'Brien NBA Championship Trophy. ladies and gentlemen, Robert Parrish. Number 1, Randy Brown. Number 7, Tony Kukoc. Number 18, Brian Williams. Number 25, Steve Kerr. Number 30, Judd Bushler. Number 35, Jason Caffey. Number 34, Bill Wennington. And your starters, number 33, Scottie Pippen. Number 91, Dennis Rodman. Number 13, Luke Longley. Number 9, Ron Harper. And number 23, Michael Jordan. Now for the trophy presentation, here's NBC's Ahmad Rashad.
Well, they had this party here last year, and once again, the Chicago Bulls are the 1997 champions. Now for the presentation of the 1997 championship trophy, and I'm joined by Jerry Reinsdorf, chairman, Jerry Krause, vice president of operations, co-captains Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, head coach Phil Jackson. And now for the presentation award, here's the commissioner, David Stern.
Two great teams showed the world the best of NBA basketball, but there can only be one champion. And the Chicago Bulls are the 1997 NBA champions. An extraordinary effort. Congratulations, Chicago. Congratulations, Chicago Bulls. Congratulations, these spectacular players. Here it is, the trophy.
The most valuable player award for 1997 finals. Once again, here's the commissioner.
Who could it be? 5 finals, 5 championships, 5 MVPs. He showed us he's the best basketball player in the world. He's got the most courage we've ever seen. Congratulations, Michael Jordan, 1997 Finals MVP.
Out of 7 years, Mr. Reinsdorf, you got to feel like this is, in fact, a dynasty.
Well, it's incredible. It never gets less exciting, but we beat an incredible team. I mean, this is the toughest team that we played in the playoffs, and they really ought to be co-champions. What a courageous team Utah has, and what a great victory for our club and for our fans. Tonight, as great as our players were, the energy and the life in this building, I know, made the difference of putting them over the top. So thank you, all the fans of the Chicago Bulls.
Come on up, Phil. Now, I know the destination is important, but I know that you enjoyed this journey this year.
No, I didn't enjoy this journey. This was filled with injuries and suspensions, but we had a great run, didn't we? It was wonderful. Thank you. I want to take my hat off. Let me put it on. I want to take my hat off to the two leaders on this team, Scotty and Michael, who did a wonderful job.
Phil, before you get out of here, Phil, it was so much fun this time. We're going to do it again next year?
Oh, man. I don't know. 3 times is nice. I know that. I can't remember when it was.
But you think you guys will get together and do it all again?
Oh, tough question to ask us right now. We're just enjoying what we're doing.
Celebrate. Go ahead and celebrate. Yes. Michael, you're named MVP, but as you accepted the trophy, you said to Scotty that he was your MVP.
Scottie Pippen we're a tandem. It's hard to split us up. He means a lot to me when I go out and play on the basketball court. He relieves a lot of the pressure that I have to deal with. I try to do the same for him. It's hard to take this MVP by myself. He's got to take half of it. I take the trophy, he may get the car.
Scotty, the first one had to be real sweet. What about the 5th one?
This one was great. It was a lot tougher for us, a very difficult task to beat the Utah Jazz. We take our hats off to them. They gave us a hell of a series. But we stepped up as champions to do, and we brought it back home for number 5.
Yes, sir! Jerry Crowder, it's got to be a proud moment for you.
Proudest moment I've had in a long time, and you're the greatest fans in the world, and that's what this is all about. Thank all of you.
All right, congratulations, Jerry. All right, let's throw it out to Jim Gray.
All right, thank you very much, Amos. I'm here with Steve Kerr and his son. Steve, that big shot. Michael was double-teamed. You ended up with the ball. Tell us about it.
Well, Michael told me during the timeout to be ready. He said, Stockton's going to come and double me. You be ready. I said, I'll make one for you.
How many times have you watched that tape of John Paxson in the championship against Phoenix, and was that the same feeling?
I'll tell you what, it's been pretty tough to live up to John Paxson and what he did. And I'm just glad I finally made one of those big shots.
The feeling on the bench, everybody knew the ball was going to Michael, and then you ended up with it. Were you surprised? Ahmad Rashad said that you told Michael coming out of the huddle, I'm going to be open because they're going to double team you guys.
Well, Stockton's been leaving me all series, and I haven't made shots, and it's about time I made one.
All right, Steve, congratulations.
Thanks.
Let's send it back now to Marv Albert.
All right, thank you, Jim. Friday the 13th, certainly a lucky day, a very fortunate day for the Chicago Bulls. They're able to follow up on the record-breaking season of a year ago as they go 69-13 and move on to a 5th NBA title. Much more to come from Chicago, including a talk with Karl Malone. The Bulls have won in 6. We'll be back.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Romaine. Want to spend a few days with me at the next Sports Illustrated swimsuit shoot? You could make a difference here. Because where I work, it's really hot. So if I get thirsty, you could get me something to drink. It's also really sandy. And maybe you could help me with my different swimsuits.
Nothing to do this fall? You could win a trip to the next Sports Illustrated swimsuit shoot. Apply where you buy Miller Lite.
I don't ask for directions when I'm lost, and I don't read the instructions when I'm putting my kids' toys together. And I don't need help fixing my car. My friends, they go to Napa, where they get this expert advice from ASE certified professionals, which is great for them. They weren't born with the mechanical ability I was. If I can install a satellite dish, I can fix my own car.
Honey, where's the duct tape? Easy to install Champion spark plugs. They're just 79 cents at Napa after rebate.
This is for Mr. Blanchard, who told me to make something of myself. For Miss Miller, who never let me settle for a C. For my parents, who believe in my dreams. For myself, for my future.
Be all that you can be.
Walk like an alien. They invaded Earth and made a mess of
like a mender is in a dress. Having fun third class on the Sunday night. NBC must-see TV. Walk like a lady.
We have an excuse. Hello.
Sundays this summer on NBC.
Well, Michael Jordan continuing the celebration, the confetti flying from above here at the United Center. Let's get back to Jim Gray. Jim?
All right, thank you very much, Marvel. I'm now with the only man in the history of the NBA to win back-to-back championships with two different teams, Dennis Rodman. Dennis, this has got to be a tremendous relief for you. You really struggled throughout this series, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I think I played pretty well this game, Game 6, and, you know, it's a relief that I got this off my shoulders. And it feels pretty good, though, you know. It feels real good. But, you know, after all the things that have been happening to me, you know, I think that I deserve a little goodness.
That's certainly true, but why didn't you have the energy that you have had for so many years, and particularly throughout this regular season in this series?
Well, the regular season, I've been having a good energy. I played pretty good besides some of the things that have been happening. But this series, you know, it's like the Atlanta series. I've been taken out, you know. I wasn't effective, but I think people go through that, you know, so... You know, whatever. I mean, we go to those things through life, and this is one of them.
What do you have to say about Utah? Was this the best series that you have been in as a professional, or was it one of those Pistons-Lakers series?
I think it's one of those Pistons-Lakers series, and but Utah gave a great fight, a great team. You know, it could have been a co-NBA champion, but...
Were they better than you had expected?
Oh, yeah, totally. Utah's a very sound team, very fundamental team. And you got to take those hats off to those guys. They got a great team over there.
What about your future now, Dennis? It appears as though you may have worn out your welcome here. Do you feel you'll be back, or do you feel you'll continue in the NBA?
I don't think I worn out my work. I think people need to rally around me and help me out for a change instead of people throwing darts at me and things like that. You know, I've done a lot of good things to this city. I've done a lot of good things for the people around the country. And people like to see me, you know, I entertain. And hopefully that people won't see my negative things and look at the good things sometimes.
You cried just before the game tonight in the pregame. How much emotion has it taken out of you, this apology and what you have been through the last few days?
Well, the last few days, you know, I'm a strong individual, and, you know, it's just the fact that, you know, I've taken a lot of abuse, you know, in my life, and especially this year, and it's just worn on me at this particular moment. And people,
much of it, you'll admit, is deserved.
You know, most of it is deserved, but I look at it like this, you know, I'm a human being, I got emotions, and, you know, so many times you can pound a man to the ground, and, you know, I felt emotion today and on the show, and I hope people will look at that and say, hey, that's not a fake, that's real, that's an individual there.
Dennis, congratulations. Enjoy the moment.
Hello, Mom. Hello, Alexis.
All right, let's send it back now over to Marv.
All right, thanks, Jim. And a solid performance for Rodman, 33 minutes, 11 rebounds. Certainly did a decent job, but the questions do remain about the future of Dennis Rodman. Will he be in a Chicago Bulls uniform next season? Now, moments ago, Peter Vesey talked with the regular season most valuable player, Karl Malone, of the Utah Jazz.
Carl, you said after the first two losses that was the low point of your professional career. Has this taken it down another rung?
Well, it have. You know, the guys played hard. You know, we did a lot of good things out there, whatever, but you got to give them credit. You know, you come in, you play hard. You know, I never got in the rhythm at the free throw line and stuff like that. You always look back on it now, and obviously that was big, but the guys came and played hard, and we had a great year. Don't take anything from those guys. They played hard. They did what they needed to do down the stretch, and we had opportunities. We just didn't do it.
I think we both agree that you did not play to your MVP standards or your usual standards. Do you feel you let yourself down, or the team, or the city?
No, I don't feel it at all. I've had a hell of a year, and I'm not going to let anybody second guess that, because when you start doing that, you might as well quit, and I'm not a quitter. I don't feel that. You know, I felt I came out and I played hard. I didn't have the kind of series I would like to, and everybody will say whatever they want to say, but not at all. You know, I came out and I tried to play hard every night, and sometimes the shots might not be there, the free throw, but the effort was there every night. So, no, I don't feel like I let anybody down. If they do, to hell with them.
Larry Bird said to me before coming into this series that there was a huge pressure difference between the Western Conference Finals and the Finals. Did you feel that?
Nope. No, I didn't. I felt that we didn't do some things, and like I said, obviously I didn't play up the way I wanted to play. The hell with what you guys wanted me to play like. I didn't play like I wanted to play, and I didn't feel any different pressures at all. I just never got into the rhythm that I wanted to get in, and if I was letting anybody down, I don't feel like that. I just felt like I didn't have the kind of series I wanted.
Thank you, Carl. Back to the floor now.
All right, Peter Vesey in a conversation with Karl Malone, our NBA Finals coverage continuing here from Chicago. We have much more to come. The Chicago Bulls have defeated the Utah Jazz in 6. We'll be talking with Utah coach Jerry Sloan when we return.
The promise of tomorrow. To put down roots.
If you joined us late, like right after the part where Steve was just speaking, baseball's interleague play went full bore this evening. 8 teams got to jump on things Thursday, but everybody got involved tonight, and this is a little recap for you. Orioles, Braves, Mark Lemke facing Jimmy Key for the first time since the World Series, and he's gone looking. 6 Ks for Key. Bottom 9, 2 out. Randy Myers seals it for the Orioles, strikes out Blauser. Key gets 11 wins. The Orioles win it 4-3. Red Sox, Mets, Bill Buckner fan club. Mookie Wilson, he's a member, threw out the ceremonial first pitch. At top of the 9th, Mo Vaughn, and in the unlikely event of a walk.
Leading 10W30 that provides maximum protection against both viscosity and thermal breakdown.
The series was lost, so he wouldn't be stuck with this dilemma.
Bat.
We talked to him on the radio today, and he said, we said, look, what's going to happen? And, you know, Bill and everything else. He has a way of waiting until the end of the season, I think, and waiting until after they win championships to push the thing a little bit further. I think what he likes to do is keep a little bit of that corporate pressure on everybody to get the championships. Then he takes care of everybody. Certainly he did that last year. Michael Jordan winning, I guess it took about an hour to cut the deal. He gets $30 million. Phil gets 2.7, a little bit more acrimonious.
Well, for the 5th time in his career, Michael Jordan, and you can see the confetti all over Michael enjoying the championship trophy. In NBA history, only 2 franchises, the Boston Celtics and the Lakers of Minneapolis and LA, have won more championships than the Chicago Bulls, but the Celtics were defeated 3 times in their 19 finals appearances. Lakers won 11 titles, but they lost 13 different years in the finals. The Bulls are 5-0, to show you how impressive what they have accomplished. 5-0 in finals competition and have never been pushed to a game 7. They have defeated the Jazz here tonight in 6. Let's get back to Jim Gregg. Jim?
All right, thank you very much, Marvel. I just spoke to the Bulls chairman, Jerry Reinsdorf, about the possibility of all 3 guys returning next year. Rodman, Jordan, and Phil Jackson. He said he wants to simply enjoy this evening, not answer those questions, not get into a discussion about next year. However, he has indicated and has been quoted within the last week as saying he definitely wants Michael Jordan back, and he is leaning toward not breaking up this team, which would indicate that he would like to also have Phil Jackson back. He would like to do Michael Jordan first. However, he knows Jordan's desire and wishes is to have Jackson done first. So he said these proceedings could take anywhere from 3 to 4 weeks. But he is leaning toward, as he has been quoted as saying, keeping this team intact. Dennis Rodman's question is still up in the air. Marv?
All right, thank you, Jim. And as we promised moments ago, our Pete Vesey had a conversation with the head coach of the Utah Jazz, Jerry Sloan. Let's go to Peter and Jerry.
Jerry, at the end of game 1, you elected not to double-team Michael Jordan, and you paid the price. Today, you double-teamed him, and you paid the price. What made you change your mind?
Well, we just felt like we had a quicker lineup on the floor, and that's why we went with it. We thought we might be able to rotate and try to get to him as we came down the stretch, and it didn't work.
You've always had a grip on reality. Can you put it in perspective what it means to finish 2nd out of 29 teams?
Well, you still lost. That's the bottom line, but... Chicago's a terrific team. They make it very difficult for you to get anything from an offensive standpoint, and I thought our guys played hard, and they're just so difficult, long and big, and rangy. But you know, I'm proud of the fact that our guys played as hard as they could. We made some mistakes that always hurt you, but missed a couple of shots. But that's what it's all about. You just keep coming back and try it again.
Despite the loss, can you still look at this as one of the highlights of your career, if not the highlight?
Well, it's been fun, but to a certain extent, but you don't have a chance to really look and see what's happened other than the fact that you've got to play every day. It ends up being a little bit like the regular season, only there's a lot more intensity involved, and there's not a lot of time to really sit and enjoy anything.
Thanks, Jerry. Now we'll go back to the floor.
All right, Peter, and it was a magnificent season for the Utah Jazz. They win a franchise record 64 games, but beaten here in the finals in 6 by the Chicago Bulls as you watch those final victorious moments once again. Let's get upstairs for the Showtime crew at Hannah Storm. Hannah?
Thank you, Mar. And now time for some final thoughts from Dr. J and Mike Fratello. And Doc, you're going to be in the front office of the Orlando Magic next year, so this is the last time you'll watch an NBA Finals with us. And from this vantage point, how will you remember the series?
Well, I'll tell you, this has been a great seat to sit in for 4 years, and I do expect to be here with the Orlando Magic as defending the Eastern Conference Championship that we're going to win in the next few years. This has been a great series, and the thing that I really loved about it, I think, was the combativeness, the competitiveness, the attitude that it was never say die, never give up. I mean, 2 teams went out there and played in this series, and 1 team won, and the other team had to be beaten. They didn't just give it up. They had to have it taken away from them.
It'll also be remembered for some defining moments by Michael Jordan, the buzzer beater in Game 1, the inspirational performance in Game 5. But Mike, maybe his biggest play was an assist in the end.
Well, Hannah, they say there's a time and place for everything. And put in the same position as he was at the end of Game 1, score tied, ball in his hand with the clock running down. The league's leading scorer showed his true unselfishness and trust in his teammates by drawing the double team and making the correct pass. Let's take a look how the last play unfolded, the winning play for the Chicago Bulls. Utah knew immediately when Michael had the ball and the clock down that they had to make a decision to play him straight up as they did in past games or go double team him. Well, John Stockton made that decision quickly. Stockton comes over and double teams the basketball. It leaves Jeff Hornacek with 2 people, whether to play Kukoc or Kerr. Kerr comes to the basketball, creates more distance, and if you watch Stockton coming out of the double team, he slips slightly in trying to recover to Kerr. Kerr wide open, knocks down the winning shot. So a great player shows that there's a time to shoot and a time to pass. Michael Jordan makes the right decision.
Well, Mike, thanks for changing hats this year from coach to czar of the telestrator and being with us for the playoffs. Good luck to the Cavs, Julius. We will miss you terribly, but good luck with the Orlando Magic. And in the end, 5 NBA championships for the Bulls, 5 finals MVPs for Michael Jordan. He signaled 6 to the crowd here. We can only hope there's more to come. That's it for us. Now, one last time to the guys who called the finals, Marv Albert, Matt Kukas, and Bill Walton.
All right, thank you, Hannah. Final word from Bill and Matt. First, from the Utah Jazz point of view, what are your thoughts about the future of the Jazz?
I think the Jazz, Marv, will be together for a very, very long time. Just thinking back to Karl Malone, though, and he talked all season long about watching the Bulls celebration, and particularly Michael Jordan, and that was his celebration from, his inspiration from last year to get here. Now he saw it firsthand, but down the stretch, the Jazz just could not convert it all. Then Karl Malone's missed free throws throughout the game. Shandon Anderson's missed layup. Isley missed the layup. But in the end, it came all down to the rebounds. Utah, like Seattle last year, they could not control the boards. The Chicago Bulls out-rebounded them by 10 on the offensive glass, and unless you can rebound, unless you can get that ball for more possessions, you just have no chance of beating a great offensive player like Michael Jordan.
And for the Chicago Bulls, and it may sound strange to say, Matt, kind of an uneven season. They win 69. Of course, so tough to compare when you look at what took place a year ago. Did not look particularly sharp at the end of the year. Did not look particularly sharp early in the playoffs, but had enough to pull it out. Again, number 23 led the way, particularly in that inspired, flu-ridden effort in the previous game.
Well, all championships are great, but this one had to be particularly sweet because of those expectations that you mentioned, Marv. Coming off a record-breaking season last year, came very close this year with 69 wins. All the distractions that this team had to go through all season long, and the injuries that they had to deal with. So this particular championship year, they met a lot of challenges and handled it beautifully.
So in summing up for the Chicago Bulls, it is their 5th championship in the last 7 years. A Chicago team that featured one of the greatest players of all time, one of the greatest players the sport has ever seen. In 1991, Michael Jordan dazzled the NBA world, and we watched as he rejoiced over his first championship. His will to win carried through to 1992, never ceasing to amaze us, and sometimes even himself. And while the odds of a three-peat were against them, pride and determination won out. And in 1993, Michael left the game with 3 titles. In his absence, this was the only banner the Bulls were able to add to their rafters. Last year, he helped put the final touches on the most remarkable basketball season that a team has ever had. And now 1 year later, the world is again marveled at number 23. Michael Jordan is a superstar in the true sense of the word, a basketball icon, and once again a champion. And from what we've heard here tonight from the post-game conversation, it sounds like we have not seen the last of Michael Jordan. From all of us at NBC Sports, it has been a pleasure to be a part of bringing this all to you. A 1997 season that has concluded with a dynamic NBA Final Series. We thank you so much for joining us throughout, and thanks so much to all the men and women who helped to make it come alive. We say goodnight from the United Center in Chicago.
I see me running through that open door. I believe I can fly. I believe I can fly. If I can see it, then I can do it. If I just believe it, there's nothing to it. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. I think about it every night and day. Spread my wings and fly away. I believe I can soar. I see me running through that open door. I believe I can fly. I can fly. I believe I can fly. I can fly. I believe I can fly. I can fly. Hey, if I just spread my wings, I can fly. I can fly. I can fly.
Today at the U.S. Open, a Super 67 vaulted Tiger Woods into contention. Atop the leaderboard, 96 British Open champ Tom Lehman, 94 U.S. Open champion Ernie Els, and more, all with one.
Might be enough of a warning.
The U.S. Open, tomorrow at 12:30. The phone with Fire. Sports leader, NBC.
This flight will begin boarding momentarily. This flight has been delayed. We have no further information at this time.
I don't know, sir.
I don't know, sir.
I'm sorry, sir. You're going to have to go to the customer service center next to gate.
We apologize.
If Orville and Wilbur had to go through what you do just to fly,
Would you like to speak to my supervisor?
they would have stayed in the bicycle business.
Flight delayed. Whoever told you that, it is.
Air travel needs to be easier and more professional, especially for the people who do it most.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Now it will be.
the flight to Kitty Hawk has been canceled. Please be...
Because compared to the rest of the industry, United Airlines is heading in a different direction. United Airlines, rising.
NBC5 Chicago. Now live. This is the NBC5 News at 10.
Oh, wow, what a game. What a shot. The dynasty reigns. The Bulls show the world they are the true champions.
Thrilled fans pour out into the streets of Chicago celebrating the victory. Everybody feels like we're part of the win.
And from the view high above Chicago, the entire city is basking in the jubilation as the Bulls claim their 5th NBA championship in 7 years. A fantastic finish to a fantastic season.
And we all enjoyed watching the Bulls take 5 on their home court in front of thousands of faithful fans. The game provided a whole range of emotions for all of us, from doubt and suspense to joy and finally exultation. Now they are world champions once again. Let's go live to NBC5 night teams John Kelly and Tom Zenner to kick off our expanded team coverage. Hi, guys.
Allison, you want to talk about doing it the old-fashioned way. The Bulls earned every second of this one. They pulled out by 2, 88-86 to take the series 4 games to 2. We're waiting right now to squeeze into the Bulls locker room back here. Look like a herd of cattle waiting to go out to feed. But right now we've got Tom Zenner and our NBA guru Dick Versace here. And gentlemen, for theatrics, doesn't get much better. A slow game early, kind of ugly, but Steve Kerr comes through a la John Paxson.
Well, Johnny, you know, it looked like a preseason game for a while. Actually, I got that line from you, Tommy, but that's really what it was. It was like a preseason game. It was like pulling teeth. And if you think about this game, Utah missed enough free throws, Karl Malone especially, and layups to win the game easily, but somehow the Bulls seem to hang in there and find a way to pull it out.
Well, fans want to talk and listen to Michael Jordan. He's the Finals MVP. Let's go to him at the podium.
Winning, and I'm very happy for the city of Chicago. You know, I'm very happy for the organization. I'm very happy for the players. Frank Hamlin, Brian Williams, everybody that never has won them before. You know, I dedicated myself and my efforts to make sure that they experience this whole attitude of being a champion, being the best in the world. You know, it's a great feeling. I'm tired. I'm weak. I got a whole summer to recuperate. It looked very dim early in the game. You know, I was a little frustrated because we kept getting so close to the hill and the mountain, and we just couldn't get over it. We couldn't find a call. We couldn't get a loose ball to get us over the hump. And, you know, I went and sit down, and somehow they found a way to get the lead. And once we got the lead, I was ready to get back in there and do my best to maintain that. And I just needed, I think Scotty and I just needed a little help to get ourselves in front so we could fight off a heck of a charge by the Utah Jazz. I mean, they came in with a lot of heart, a lot of desire. You know, Malone, Stockton, Hornacek, Brian Russell, not Byron, Brian, came in, and I mean, they gave us a run for our money, but we persevered, and I'm happy to be at this podium and just knowing that we're champions for the 5th time.
Michael, start the 4th. There were 4 reserves to start the 4th. Scotty was the only starter out there, and everybody's kind of been complaining about bench play throughout this series. How telling is it that Steve Kerr was the guy who hit a jumper, hit the shot to put you ahead by 1, hit the winning shot?
Steve has been fighting with himself because of Game 4. He missed a 3-pointer, and he went back to his room. He don't even know this. His wife told me that he was very frustrated. He kept his head in a pillow for hours because he let the team down to some degree, because everyone knows he's probably one of the best shooters in the game. And he had an opportunity to put us up and give us a big lift. And he was very disappointed. And when Phil drew up the play at the end, which, as everybody in the gym, everybody on TV knew it was coming to me, I looked to Steve and I said, hey, this is your chance, because I know Stockton's going to come over and help, and I'm going to come to you. And he said he's giving me the ball. So, I mean, that's typical of John Paxson. You know, I used to play with John Paxson. John Paxson used to say the same thing. And I think tonight, Steve Kerr earned his wings, you know, from my perspective, you know, because I had faith in him and he believed in himself, and I passed him the ball and he knocked his shot down. And I'm glad he was able to redeem himself, because if he'd have missed that shot, I don't think he could have slept all summer long. And I'm very happy for Steve Kerr.
Michael, you talked how you were tired, how you were weak. What have the last couple of days been like? You've never really made a public statement as what you went through over the last few days.
It's just been a fight, you know. It's all guts, deep down, determination, you know, what your motives are, what your ambitions were from the beginning. You know, it's been a lot of soul searching in terms of, it's easy to sit back and say, well, I've given my best. You know, I'm tired. You know, somebody else got to do it or whatever. I didn't take that approach. I thought positively and said whatever I could do, every little inch of energy that I have, I'm going to try to provide for this team. I mean, they follow Scotty in my lead, and as well as Phil's lead, and Dennis in certain situations. And if you give up, then they give up.
You know, so I didn't want to give up. You know, no matter how sick I was, or how tired I was, or how, you know, low on energy I was, I felt the obligation, you know, to my team, to the city of Chicago, to go out and give that extra effort so that we could be here for the 5th championship. You know, I've dedicated myself to, you know, to Frank Hamlin and Brian Williams, to other players that get on my back, we're going to win a championship, or get on Scotty's back, we're going to win another championship. We're going to make sure you experience what it takes to be a champion.
Michael, it seemed to be a special moment between you and Scotty when they gave you the MVP award. Can you describe what you were thinking and what your emotions were then?
You know, when I was here before I retired, I overshadowed Scotty a lot. You know, and he didn't get the recognition that he truly deserved. You know what I mean? And he's matured since I've been around, and when I stepped away, he matured even more because he understood what I was shielding him from. You know, the pressure and the press and the expectations that he had to deal with being a star. And when I'm back, he shouldn't get any less of an attention than if I was gone. And when I won the MVP, and I would hold true to my word, I would take the trophy. He can have the car. I'm gonna make sure he gets the car. I mean, because he's like a little brother to me, and he's prospered and he's moved along. And you know, from a financial standpoint, from a contract standpoint, he's locked in. He's locked in, and he's very deserving of the same $30 million, 30 whatever I get in the next coming year. He's very deserving of the same contract. I mean, because he put forth the effort every single night. He goes through the pain, and we work out every day. He's joined me in working out every day to stay healthy and to get out here and provide for this organization and this city so that we can be healthy and we can continue to be champions. So, I mean, that's what brothers do. We share our success, and that's what I'm doing to him. You know, I just want the trophy. I got enough cars. He can have the Nissan.
Michael, over to your left. Michael, earlier in the week, you were talking about how how easy it is for a home crowd to cheer the team when you're up 10 or 15 points. It's a lot harder when the team is down. Talk about the final push that the crowd gave you tonight as you overtook in the score.
Well, the crowd here in Chicago took a hit. The fans took a hit because everybody said that they sit on their hand, they got high expectations, whatever. So what? They should have high expectations. We spoil them, and we want to continue to spoil them. Sure, Utah's crowd is very, very loud, and they experience something that they've never experienced. You can expect that, you know. But Chicago fans are the best fans to play for. You know, they've stuck with me ever since I've been here in '84. I never give up on them. We've gone from the bottom to the top as a tandem, as a team, and I never give up on Chicago fans. And tonight they inspired all of us. You know, when we got the opportunity and they saw that we were getting over that hill, you know, we could feel that. I felt chill bumps, you know, from their cheers, you know, and I think everybody did. And that gave us the energy to push that extra step so that we could be champions all over again.
Okay, we're going to take 2 more questions.
Michael, obviously, in the wake of this incredible celebration, there'll be some very difficult business decisions for
Sure.
Jerry Reinsdorf. Can you please, as to your best ability, lay out the scenario that you would like to see unfold and the one that you expect to unfold because of money considerations, particularly involving Scottie Pippen's future?
Well, you want me to be GM, I guess. Take Jerry Krause's position. Well, I think this team is entitled to an opportunity to continue to be successful. Sure, business has got to come involved. I'm not saying Jerry Reinsdorf is the richest guy in the world. I'm not saying that all his partners can financially support what this team needs to maintain and be successful. But we've done a lot for this organization, and we've put it in a situation where it could be highly valuable. When I first came here, and I'm pretty sure everybody can tell you that the Bulls team was worth probably $13 million, 15, 16, $17 million. Now it's worth $150 million. So the profits have been made over the years. What we gain now in trying to keep this team together and be successful, we pay for over 6, 7, 8, 10 years. There has to have some consideration, some sense of loyalty, you know, to myself, to Scotty, to Phil, even to the guys who, you know, given themselves over the last 2 years, or even Dennis, with all the different colors that he may wear in his hair or his dresses or whatever. We're entitled to defend what we have until we lose it. If we lose it, then you look at it and you say, okay, let's change. Let's just go through a rebuilding. No one's guaranteeing rebuilding is going to be 2 or 3, 4 or 5 years. Cubs have been rebuilding for 42 years. And that's something that you have to look at, you know, from a business aspect. So if you want to look at this from a business thing, have a sense of respect for the people who have laid the groundwork so that you can be a profitable organization. And I'm not trying to twist Jerry Reinsdorf's arm. It sounds like it, though. But I like to see us defend what we have attained over the last 5 out of 7 years, which is a championship team. And I don't know what it's going to take. Maybe he has to mortgage his home or leverage the team against whatever bank notes that he may have. But I think we are entitled to defend what we have. And Phil should be the head coach. And I shouldn't be put in a position to have to make a choice to play for another coach other than Phil Jackson. Simple as that. You know, sadly as it may be, I have choices. You know, and I will not choose to play for another coach. I chose to play for Phil Jackson and to finish Scottie Pippen's contract out and let him have an opportunity to have the same type of choices. Because he's earned it, and I've earned it, and Phil's earned it, and the city of Chicago has earned it. For years, we've been, wait till next year, wait till next year. Now we're 5 out of 7 years champions. That means a lot. For once, don't look at the bottom line. Look at the joy of this night and every night that we have won a championship, and the enjoyment that you have put together an unbelievable organization that's been champions for 5 out of 7 years.
You want Rodman back?
Sure. His dresses doesn't bother me. His hair doesn't bother me. Sure, I mean, he's going to go wacko every now and then. We've come to live with that. We've come to accept that. But you can't find another player on the basketball court that works just as hard as Dennis Rodman. Gives 110%, dives at loose balls, even if he can't get them. That's Dennis Rodman. So I don't have a problem with Dennis, you know, and I don't think Phil does. I don't think Dennis does. I mean, I don't think Scottie does. We've been able to control him to some degree. And look, we're here for champions back to back. You guys may love him. He may say a lot of crazy things, and David Stern may find him $50,000. The guy doesn't care about money.
So when you sit down with Jerry, you will express to him that it's important.
Which Jerry you asked me to sit down with?
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. We're going to
I
take
got it. Go ahead.
So it'll be important to you to have him back, and you'll let others.
Sure. Dennis already said he'd play for free, so money's not an issue. He makes more money off the court, supposedly. I don't know.
Okay, we're going to have to conclude the interview session. Thank you, Michael.
I enjoyed being here with you guys.
Well, there you have it, Michael Jordan bathing in the glory of victory, 5 titles in 7 years, and Michael using the Cubs' futility of 42 years chasing a title to back up his statement, this team needs to stay together. He wants Dennis back. He wants Phil back. He knows Scottie's going to be back, and he says, we don't want to mess around and rebuild. He wants to keep this thing going until somebody yanks that trophy out of their hands. And Michael tonight playing a bit of a stand-up comic and doing it well. And I want to clear up one thing. The final score tonight, 90-86. I guess I missed a Tony Kukoc slam when I got trampled by elephants out there with the media horde rushing onto the court. And Steve Kerr, the hero tonight, 9 points, but none more important than the 2 points that he hit down the stretch. Michael Jordan finishes up this evening, 15 of 35 shooting, 39 points. Looks like he's over that flu. We'll hang out. We're going to run in the locker room and catch up with all of tonight's champions. In a moment, let's go back to the NBC Tower Report.
He's being interviewed, and we're just going to cut right in on it.
Can you describe that last shot? What was going through your mind? Where were you?
Well, we diagrammed for MJ to drive, and the whole team was to him, and he passed.
Stay with us here.
And Steve Kerr had a tough game 4, but he made some key shots tonight. He redeemed himself. And Steve felt good about himself, and I told him, I said, hey, you cannot ever lower your head, because in order to succeed, somebody must fail. And game 4, he felt bad, but tonight he made some key shots for us.
Ron, how special is this second championship for you?
Oh, this is a great special feeling to be because we had so much controversy this season. Guys got hurt, guys had off, and this is a great feeling for our team. And I don't care what anybody say. This is a very good basketball team. And if we wanted to win 72 games, we could have easily been done.
I want to get back to that in just a second, but Pete, I want you to zoom out because I want you to show Ron Harper's family. He's got his children here. Introduce everybody.
My son, Tim, my little girl, Jacqueline, and this is my sister kid, little Doc. And this is my little family, and this is what I do during the off season. I hang out with my family, and we enjoy each other.
Are y'all having a good time with this championship?
Yes.
Are you proud of Daddy?
Yes.
Are you proud of all the Bulls?
Yes.
Did you guys have a good time watching this game?
Very.
What was the best part of it for you?
My dad had to lay up.
Oh, my God.
Shut up. Quit being biased. Hey, let me tell you. I don't care what nobody say. This is a great team, man. And if we didn't have all 12 or 13 players on this team, we wouldn't be nowhere. MJ and Scott.
On his own shoulders. I think it showed up a little bit tonight. That's the only thing I said to him coming to the locker room. I says, Carl, I know this is tough, but this is not your loss. This is the Jazz loss.
Larry, what would this have meant to the city of Salt Lake City had you been able to win this? I mean, we were just out there for a week, and it was really magical, wasn't it? The way the whole town was swept up in what you...
The number 2 ranked player.
And this close.
You know, magical's a great...
All right, a few minutes ago, when just after the game, the commissioner handed out the NBA trophy to the 1996-97
For free information.
Bulls. We have that tape for you right now. A great moment, of course. One that we... All right, let's go to that tape right now if we can.
The Chicago Bulls are the 1997 NBA champions. An extraordinary effort. Congratulations, Chicago.
Big challenge. Wow, and the picture you were just seeing was on Rush Street, our Jetcopter 5 over the crowd there. And again, they have a mosh pit this year like they did a couple of years ago. But right now, let's go live out to Mark Strapelsa, who joins us from the middle of the celebration live outside the United Center. Hi, Mark.
Hi, Allison and Warner. You know, Michael referenced just a few seconds ago, fans sitting on their hands. No hands sitting here tonight, but I'll tell you one thing. While you listen to the celebration behind me, as this game was winding down, the die-hard fans who didn't have tickets, who came here to watch little TVs around the statue, had their faces pressed up against the windows over there to watch the monitors in the ticket window. They were checking this game out closely, not sure. This series was a lot tougher than a lot of these fans thought.
In a finals, and at least to attempt a finals, and that helped us going into this year. Granted, they beat us. They did all the things champions did, but I think everybody's leaving the locker room tonight feeling like we belong in the finals and want to come back, and that's what I'm going to take with me into next year.
To both John and Carl, given that it doesn't do much good to look back, is it frustrating that you had 3 of these games in your grasp in the fourth quarter and all 3 of them got away from you?
Well, obviously, you know, I think, like Stock said, you know, they did the things that champions do. You know, they came back and they make the plays down the stretch to win. So you can't take anything away from them. Sure, you can feel bad all you want to, but they did the things down the stretch to win the ball game. So you can feel bad all you want to, but the bottom line is they won, and you got to give them credit for that.
Okay, we're going to take 2 more questions.
What impressed you about the Chicago Bulls once you got into the finals?
Well, the way you phrased it's difficult to answer. I think it implies awe, and I don't think that was the case. You know, if you care to rephrase it, I'll answer it differently.
Well, there has been some looting in the city, and Chuck Gowdy is on the phone with more information about it. Chuck?
John, a small strip mall on the near west appears to have been cleaned out within the last 15 minutes or so. Sam is the owner of one of the stores here. Sam, what did you see happen? Just tell me.
Run in the car with the gate and break all the gates down and demolish the stores as usual.
How many people did?
How many? 200? 300? At least?
Were in the store when this happened?
No, I just got here. As soon as we get the call.
So there's nobody in the store?
At the time, there was nobody at the store at that time, until I get it.
What did they get out of your store, Sam?
What they get? Like you see, demolished everything inside.
The safes, the registers,
potato chips, meat counter, everything. non-food items, food items, everything. They hit everything they could. They hit the office, the safe, everything that we think of, they can hit.
How quickly did the police arrive here, do you know?
Let's not go into that. That's your typical Chicago police.
All right, that's the owner of the store on the near west side, a small strip mall of, I would say, about 6 stores. There's a liquor store.
It was like Mark said earlier, people I talked to all day, including my wife, were saying, they've got to win this one. We just can't take it till Sunday. Well, those people got their wish. And there's a reason they call the people here at Michael Jordan's the Bulls faithful.
No doubt. Done deal. It's over tonight. It's party time. This is it.
They're going to win this. I know it. I can feel it. My birthday, they're going to do it. I know it. The 13th. They're going to win it. I never count Jordan out. That's what I believe in. I have faith in it. We're going to come back.
So you won't have to wait till Sunday?
No, tonight.
Jordan can just will them to win, you know? I mean, he was sick the other night, and he got, what, 38 points or something? No problem. He's healthy tonight. He's going to take care of business.
And I would say the Bulls fans here have their reward. Am I right about that? Yeah, they're getting what they want right now. And as a matter of fact, we talked about this being the second best place to celebrate the Bulls' victory. They were so happy here, they gave away champagne on the house. Billy, to the Bulls. The Bulls. Warner, Allison, back to you.
All right, thank you, Tracy
Thanks,
Haynes.
Tracy. Let's go right to the podium right now. Pippen is at the podium.
Past games when I ran and tried to scramble their offense, they made some big plays. Shannon Anderson got some balls right there at the basket. If he finished those baskets, make the basket up, it's a big difference in how the outcome of the game was. But I was able to utilize that and use it to our advantage. I try to take advantage of my defensive ability, no matter who I'm guarding, to try to take a team out of their offense. And that's something that we had to do in this series because the Jazz execute offensively so well that they're going to milk the shot clock. They're going to make you play defense the whole 24 seconds, and they're going to get a good shot out of it.
Scotty, I got two right here. How big was that three that Buechler threw in at the end of the third? And is there a point margin you guys feel comfortable with, like if it's below 10 or something, we'll be able to come back? Is there something? I mean, it seems like y'all are just very calm.
I think as long as we feel like that they're on the basketball court, we feel like we have a chance to win, no matter what the score is or what. We feel like that we're going to step up. They're going to have to stop our surge sooner or later. I have to give credit to Phil, who really stuck myself, Judd, Tony, Steve, and Brian out there, guys who were going to run the offense, make them have to work. And I think that was the change of the whole game, gave us some momentum. But the shot that Judd made was a big shot. It was probably the biggest shot of the ball game, even overlooking the shot that Steve made right at the end. It was a big shot because we pretty much had turned the ball over. He came up with the steal. He knocked the three-pointer down, and it really got the crowd going, which I think gave us the big lift to overcome them tonight.
Scotty, there's a lot of question marks about what's going to happen with this team next season. If you could look past the euphoria of tonight about yourself, how comfortable are you with the idea of returning here next year and not being finishing out your contract here?
I feel pretty comfortable. I had my hands, my fingers, and everything crossed that we were going to win the championship and everybody will be back and we'll be a happy family again. So I feel pretty good about our chances of keeping this ball club together. I think that we're going to come back much stronger than we were this season. I think due to the fact that we played such a long season, and myself and Tony going through the Olympics, the injuries that Tony dealt with really hampered him. Didn't allow us to see the 96 six-man of the year really step forward again. And even though he had to play through some difficult times, we still feel like that we still have the best basketball team in the league. So hopefully Michael, Dennis, Phil, and whatever free agent we have will be back. I don't know what's the question with Brian Williams, but he was a big acquisition to our basketball club. I don't think we could have won this without his help, his big body, his intensity, his energy that he brought to the whole playoff for us. He was a great acquisition for our basketball team.
Scotty, Michael spoke for about 5 minutes about how much he's meant, how much you've meant, how much Phil has meant to everything that you guys have accomplished, how the worth of the Bulls has increased 10 times since you guys have been here, and even if Jerry Reinsdorf is not the richest guy in the world, that he's got to come through for you, that he owes you that much. Is it a sense of loyalty? Is he responsible for keeping you here? Or is it really come down to, if we can get a younger player, 10 years younger, Scottie Pippen can be gone in a heartbeat?
Well, if you can find someone out there that can do the things that I do on the basketball court, then, you know, I don't question his decision. But right now, I think in my position, what I bring to the game, I'm the greatest out there. And one day, if it ever happens, I want to be the greatest to ever play my position, because I feel like that I give the full effort. I play hard on both ends of the court, and there's nothing else for me to do. I mean, the power is in their hands. They're in control of wherever I'm able to finish my career this next season. So I think as a team, we've made a stand. We put ourselves in a position that we want the opportunity to keep this ball club together. We want an opportunity to show that we're the greatest of all time. And the only way we can continue to prove that is to keep us together. There was a lot of negative things written about our basketball club, that myself and Michael was carrying the team, or we were just the Jordanaires. But we realized, and I realized that throughout my career, and no matter how long we've had to deal with the situation that we were coattailing Michael or whatever, we're a great basketball team. And no matter how many points Michael scored, it was a team effort. And we're hoping and praying that we can continue that destiny, that there's no one that's going to knock us off right now.
Scotty, of the 6 games, 5 of them were close and could have gone either way. Did Utah give you your toughest run of all the...
Scottie Pippen at the podium discussing what Michael was discussing, trying to keep this team together, and our own Tom Zenner has got Jerry Reinsdorf on the court, and maybe he can press him on that issue. Tom?
I think we will, Allison. Yes, it's become a tradition here in Chicago in June. The Bulls celebrate another world title. Jerry Reinsdorf here to smoke the cigar and then talk about some other business. But first of all, Jerry, congratulations. Title number 5, just kind of rank it where it stacks up. I mean, this one wasn't as easy as some of the other ones.
Well, this was the hardest of all because we played the best team that we played at any of the finals. There's nothing to choose between these two clubs. You know, I think we outscored them by 4 points in the whole series, and 2 of those 4 points are right at the end when the game was over. So there was nothing to choose between these clubs. Jerry Sloan has done an incredible job with the Utah Jazz. They're tremendously disciplined. They gave us everything that we could possibly take, and we were just enough better, to win it.
Right. Everyone knows you're a great businessman, Jerry. The investment you made this past year paid off. It's going to cost some more money to keep everyone in town. Now, Michael at the podium, Scotty at the podium says keep everybody together. What is the status? And you hear the fans here, too. First, let's start with Phil Jackson. If he can be back.
Well, I just want to enjoy the moment and have time to reflect. We'll make decisions when they become obvious what the decisions ought to be. But whatever decisions we make are going to be the decisions that Jerry Krause and I think are best for the fans of Chicago in the long run.
All right, it seems like the fans enjoy winning titles out here. That means Michael Jordan has to stay in town. Is he your number 1 priority? Is he priority number 1 heading into the offseason?
Well, I don't know what the number 1 priority is. Number 1 priority is just to stay up as late as I can tonight because I don't want to fall asleep. And I want to, I don't want to just give up the joy. We'll deal with those other things later. Last year, it was the same thing. As soon as we won, everybody wanted to know what we were going to do. And I said, just take time, enjoy it. Things will work out. And we'll sort things out, and we'll make the decisions that we think are best for the fans.
All right, Jerry, next year when you keep everyone in town, sign them before the end of the finals. Then we don't have to ask you these questions. We can just have some champagne out here and smoke a cigar.
Well, we're going to do the best we can.
All right, Jerry, congratulations. Jerry Reinsdorf, the owner of the Chicago Bulls. being mobbed by the crowd out here. So that's the answer. They're going to try to keep everyone in town. We'll have more. We'll grab some players here on the court. Back to you guys at the tower now.
Yeah, but you know, Jerry, it's pretty slippery out there. He isn't exactly giving his...
Just gotta say yes, Jerry.
He's not showing his hand. Say yes to it, huh? Yes.
Lots of fans are outside celebrating tonight,
Yeah.
and so far, it's going pretty good.
Yeah, Anita Padilla's out on the near north side. Anita, how's it look out there?
I can tell you there's a lot of horn honking and a lot of screaming taking place. People rushing out into the streets. We're about 3 blocks away from Russian Division, where there are a lot of happy Bulls fans. Now, a little earlier today, we shot some video, a little earlier, right after the celebration, immediately after the victory. People poured out of the bars, slapping high fives, dancing, jumping on top of one another. And why not? The Chicago Bulls took 5 and are now the champions once again. And a lot of people are happy about that. But overall, no problems here. And this is the sort of celebrating police like, to see if there's going to be any at all. Of course, they were prepared for a crowd that could have, but didn't turn unruly as it has in the past. Now, early on, they had lots of security, a heavy police presence out here. Officers were wearing protective gear and blocking off surrounding streets. They even had mounted horsemen and on top of the buildings. But overall, it seemed to be a very good night. Early on, police told me that they had 1 arrest, and that arrest had nothing to do with the Bull celebration. But that's what's taking place out here. Live on the near north side, Anita Padilla, NBC 5 News.
That's very good. Very good that that's happening. People are celebrating sensibly.
Yeah, and on the near north side, let's go to the west side. Our own John Mason's out there. John, how's everything looking out there with the celebrating going on?
Well, Allison, there has been smatterings of gunfire, certainly, and a lot of police and fire activity. But here at the corner of Madison Pulaski, there's no traffic except for what you're about to see here. That is a fire department ambulance going by. And the only other traffic that you will see for 10 blocks anyway from this corner are police cars, fire engines, and CTA buses. They have blocked off about a 10-block area, and we're right in the middle of it, from Madison to Pulaski. What we saw in Washington Street, which is one block north, is a lot of horn honking, a lot of celebrating. One minor accident, no one was hurt. We did see a police car, an unmarked police car, go by with its back window shattered. That just went by a couple of minutes ago. And right now we're keeping an eye on the situation, and we'll have more to report later on. Reporting live from the west side, Madison Pulaski, John Mason, NBC 5 News.
All right, thank you, John.
Yeah, it should be mentioned that the police department was talking about protecting the business district out there in that community, and apparently they're doing it. Let's go back to the podium. Steve Kerr, the hero of the game, is up.
Steve, you had a good open look at that basket. I mean, can you take us through it? Because I guess Jordan was the #1 guy and then Pippen. But were you surprised you were that open when you took that shot?
Not really, because, you know, Michael won game 1 in the same situation. We knew they weren't going to let him do it again. And I had a feeling Stockton was going to leave me. He's been leaving me quite a bit this series, and I haven't made him pay. So Michael turned to me during the timeout. I saw him thinking for a long time. He was just kind of sitting there thinking about what was going on, and finally he turned to me and he said, "You be ready. Stockton's going to come off of you." And I said, "I'll be ready. I'll knock it down." And I was like, "Will I?" But I told him that I was going to do it, and you know, I haven't made many this series. Judd Bushler told me after the game, he came up, you know, he's yelling, "You made the big one." And I said, "It's a good thing because I missed all the little ones," you know. And I'm just so thankful to be able to be a teammate of Michael's, because, you know, this opportunity would never have presented itself without, you know, Michael's presence. I mean, he's so unbelievable, and he's so good that he draws so much attention. And his excellence gave me the chance to hit the game-winning shot in the NBA Finals. I mean, what a thrill, and I owe him everything.
Steve, you talked just a moment ago about the fact that last year was a real good ride for you guys, and this year was more of a grind. Talk about your experience in repeating for the first time, and really trying to relate that to what maybe Phil, Michael, and Scotty were trying to get to you about repeating and defending.
Well, first of all, I can understand why Michael retired after that third one. You know, I mean, I can't even imagine what another run would be like physically and mentally. It's so grueling. And this has just been 2 for me. But, you know, here we go again. We'll have 3 months off, and we'll get right back, you know, right back at it. And it's just very demanding. I mean, you know, especially on this team with the attraction of you know, the superstars that we have. It's just a real grind, and like I said, you know, last year was so much fun. It was brand new for a lot of us, and this year it was, you know, it was a time to repeat, and it was a very tough, grinding year, but it's been, you know, awfully rewarding.
All right, that's Steve Kerr, tonight's Mr. Big Shot for the Bulls. He says he's been living in the shadow of John Paxson for a long time. Finally, Kerr comes out and hits his own big shot. Now people can compare others to Steve. Now let's talk to Ron Harper. We're here in the locker room, and what'd you say to Steve after hitting that shot? You give him a big kiss?
Hey, I definitely told Steve that he redeemed himself from definitely Game 4. He felt bad about Game 4, and I told him that we came a long way for playing for the Cleveland Cavaliers, and he was a big part of this basketball team.
For you, you got one last year. That was history in the making, the 72 wins and all of those things. This year, the old-fashioned way. You had to earn this one. How much sweeter is this one if it is?
This was definitely a team effort. Even though we got Scotty, MJ, Bill Ryman, they can all carry any team. But this was a 12-man team that worked together all season long. Guys got hurt, and we hung together as a basketball team.
How tough was it when you guys weren't really questioning yourselves, but everybody else was wondering, it looks like the Bulls are falling apart?
Everybody thought this team was old and over the hill, and, you know, this was a long 82-year grind. And if this team really wanted to win 72 games, we easily could have won 72 games. But we always said the key is to bring the championship back home. And we brought the championship back home. Tell the people in Chicago, let's celebrate. Don't tear up, turn no cars over, set no fire, don't loot. Let's just enjoy it. Be tough. The 5-time champ is here, and let's enjoy it.
Very wise advice. Michael Jordan said that he wanted to keep this team together. Do you have a word of advice for owner Jerry Reinsdorf not to let these guys break up?
Well, J&J, you know, if MJ ain't here, Phil ain't here, you're going to trade some guys. Don't break this team up. Even though we may be in the 30s, but it shows if you're a mature team that can carry yourself and handle yourself, that this is a great championship run. And the fans here love everybody. They want us all back. We want Dennis Rodman back for sure. We want MJ back, and we definitely got to have Phil back.
All right, victory is sweet. Number 5, number 2 for you. Hey! Ron Harper, congratulations. Enjoy your champagne, huh? How about that? Thanks a lot, Harp. Let's send it back to the tower.
You know, you can tell they've done this before, John. They've got plastic over their lockers.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
The champagne's spraying everywhere. Spraying everywhere. They're no dummies.
Yeah. All right, thanks, John. It's been an exciting evening. The fans are celebrating all over town. We're going to bring you more team coverage coming right up. Jetcopter 5 giving you a look at the beautiful city of Chicago.
Wrapped in red and black.
Hey, everybody! This is Coco Tell. Go on and love the Bulls, but please don't act like fools. Celebrate safely, and we won't keep singing the blues.
You can roll the back seat on a Dodge Caravan this way, that way, to the garage, out of the garage, every which way. Even the price is easy to handle. During the National Dodge Sale, you'll...
No, he's not. So we'll be right here in place, and when he gets done with the prez, I'll talk to Mr. Clinton for a minute, and then we'll get Michael Jordan. All right, guys?
All right. Well, he's talking to the president. Tim Weigel's there with Luke Longley, I think.
And you can see it. You can see we have just been joined live by our crew. If you would.
Okay. Well, I don't do it. Right. Here is Luke Longley and his father. 2 days before Father's Day, and we're live now. So now we got to say what we were just saying. A Father's Day gift again. Last year on Father's Day, he won it for you. 2 days early. Talk about this gift that your son gives you.
A wonderful hat. Experiences like you couldn't believe. Following him from Chicago up to Utah, back again, and watching this evening was just amazing.
As a parent, we all know it's more fun to see our kids do something well than do it ourselves. True for you?
Absolutely. Mind you, I haven't experienced doing this for myself, so I'm only imagining that is true.
And Luke, how satisfying is it for you?
It's very satisfying, mate. Last year it seemed like we were a team of destiny to a certain extent. This year was a grind. It was always tough. we never won. We didn't seem to be icing down in the fourth quarter as much as we did last year. And this game was indicative of that. You know, it was tough right at the end, and that's why it's in a lot of ways more satisfying.
Luke, tell me a little bit about this.
Luke, no more body surfing, right? Is it any more special than the first one?
Well, I was just saying before, it's different because last year it seemed like we were never in doubt. This year, with injuries, body surfing accident now and again, we just never built that sort of that momentum that we had last year, and so it was tougher. And tonight's game was exactly like our season. You know, we never really quite dominated, but we got it done in the end, and that's the way the season.
Now you're always saying worries, mate, but let me tell you something. There were a lot of worries during this playoff series.
There were a few worries, but I can, you know.
What did you say to your son?
I can say that now.
What did you say to your son when you?
Boy, we got these dueling microphones going here, but I'm going to continue to talk.
What did you say to your son when he had the body surfing accident?
Couldn't believe it. I thought I had taught him to body surf properly. I told him, you know, you got to roll onto the right shoulder, you got to arch your back. And what happened?
That's what you get when you listen to someone like that, eh? You know?
You're blaming your dad?
Of course. He was the guy that taught me how to body surf. You know, it was a little wave too.
You know, he plays basketball adequately, but he body surfs quite well. Usually.
Now, as far as the adequate part is concerned, tonight, you guys were maybe a little bit more than adequate to win this championship over the Utah Jazz in game number 6.
We were just a pinch above adequate, mate. Personally, I was well below adequate, but we had other guys step in, and that was the strength of our team all year, whether injuries or whether poor performance like tonight.
Bulls are saying this guy's important to us. What are your thoughts?
Johnny, if you've ever coached or if you've ever played, you understand the value of a guy like Dennis Rodman and what he does for a basketball team. Not just the dirty work, he does a lot of things like running the court, saving balls, creating extra possessions, and he can do it more next year or even after that.
But is it worth all the headaches the Bulls have to go through? Because, I mean, as far as a media guy, sometimes does the crazy things, says the bad things about the Mormons up in Utah. Is it worth it for a squad to hang on to that as far as just, you know, public image?
Well, you got to understand, one of the things that nobody ever talks about is that he has defrayed all of the media attention from Scotty and Michael, and they kind of like that.
Yeah, Dennis brings up that point that it's important that he helps out the Bulls here so they can talk to some other people. Dennis Rodman even said tonight he would be willing to pay for, or actually play for free, if the Bulls set up a type of payment program to base it on whatever his performance was on the court. We'll have more from the locker room right now. Let's go out to the court. Tom Zenner's there with more.
John, I'm out here with one of the heroes, and I don't think anybody on this year's Bulls team is more satisfied or happier than Brian Williams. He passed up tens of millions of dollars to play for the minimum salary for the Chicago Bulls, and it paid off. What a gamble, Brian.
Yeah, it really did, and you know, it's there's no reward without risk, and sometimes you just got to believe in yourself. It's a great feeling, great feeling.
You know, what were you thinking at the beginning of the season? Teams were offering, I know the Sonics were offering you, what, over $10 or $15 million. You played for $27,000 here. Why did you come here? Is this the ultimate thing that you thought would happen?
Yeah, it really was. And, you know, the possibility did exist that, you know, Seattle, if I were there, could have done better. And they offered me Jim McIlvain's contract, but I thought I was worth more than that, so I said no.
You and Frank Hamblin, the assistant coach, are the only guys on the team without a ring. Now you have one. Describe what it feels like so we can get a fresh perspective. Everyone else here is used to winning
I know. It's like, you know, I'm not a virgin anymore.
All right, well, congratulations, Brian. You need a shower, man. You smell.
I'm sorry.
Congratulations. Brian Williams, one of the heroes. He won't be back next year probably, right?
Probably not, as it seems. As it exists now, the NBA have rules that even the Bulls can't circumvent.
All right.
Maybe Michael just pays me out of his pocket, right?
Hey, Michael, he's got the money. He can do it. Brian Williams, you know, he played almost for free this year. Next year, I think he's got to go after the big bucks. But he had a great game with that energy that he brings off the court. Brian Williams got that championship ring. We'll send it back to you guys at NBC Tower.
That's so nice to see.
Yeah, we call him Honest Tom Zenner. He will tell you when you smell bad. Let's take a break right now. Look at that shot outside the United Center right there. That's a bunch of happy fans.
They're still going strong.
More to come. Stay with us.
Wouldn't you like to
to go someplace where you can recharge your batteries? Stretch out. Someplace quiet, where even the seat
get ironed out. Dennis does remain the big question mark, but Michael said, hey, look, if he's going to play for free, let him come along for the ride.
I know, that sort of goes on record when you say it on television, doesn't it?
Well, Dennis, you know, pretty much played for free this year. Here's Michael hugging Roy Williams once again. And he's got himself roped off here. He's got his own private elevator entrance. I'd like to see how he's going to get through this. Okay, we're all lining up for hugs now. And here comes Mike. See, he's not going to kiss me because I got makeup running all over the place. Michael, you certainly laid it on the line in the press And once again, his earness disappears into another private chamber.
He is
So
not
we'll keep
attainable.
tracking him through the evening. John and Diane, there are only so many secret passageways here. We'll get him yet.
And he'll never be alone either. It seems like people follow him every
This may go on all night, Mark.
Well, we're ready. We're here. We've got food. We've got water.
Well, listen, while you're taking care of yourself there and trying to find Michael, why don't we depart from the studio for a moment and hear this message?
We'll take a break now. We'll be back.
Smith, think again. Your Lincoln dealer has Mark 8 and Lincoln Continental, each with $4,000 cash back. Mark 8 moves you with a mighty 280 horsepower V8 Intech system. The intense front-wheel drive Lincoln Continental brings enthusiasm to luxury and comfort.
We will return to the treasure of the Sierra Madre in a moment on TNT.
With the Pagemaster games from Pizza Hut, you can relive the fun of the Pagemaster, the adventure, the fantasy, the horror, and get the large pizza, the Pepsi, breadsticks, and more. The Pagemaster meal deal for just $12.99. Be careful when you open.
Even with the most demanding material, the Skill Random Orbit Sander delivers an exceptionally smooth performance. One of the classic series tools from Skill.
It takes 10 times longer to make than some California champagnes. Maybe that's why some folks like it 10 times better. Cordon Negro Brut by Freshenet. There's a party in every bottle.
A healthy hairspray? I think I'm in love. Gels that are actually good for my hair. A mousse with Pro Vitamins. Brilliant.
Leave it to Pantene Pro V to go beyond styling to healthy. There's gel for control, mousse for volume, and hairspray that holds all day. All enriched with Pantene's Pro Vitamins that penetrate to improve. Pantene Pro V styling for hair so healthy, it shines.
My hair never had it so good.
My son loved being in school play. Stage clothes get dirty, they get stained.
That mess you're making.
You have to be able to bleach out stains, but keep the color.
Tide with bleach. Now it's even better for colors.
Night after night, that stain has to come out.
Tide's activated bleaching system is unbeatable at removing many tough stains, even on dark colors, while a special new ingredient helps keep colors bright.
After 2 weeks of performances, it still looks great.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide.
To me, it's laundry. To him, it's a costume.
I should have smelled the women.
Joe, Meg, Beth, Amy. In their dreams, we found hope.
Go, embrace your liberty.
In their hearts, we found strength.
I can be brave like you.
In their story, we found ourselves.
I have loved you since the moment I clapped eyes on you.
Winona Ryder, Little Women. Rated PG. At theaters everywhere Christmas Day.
Thursday night just got bigger. The Nuggets and the Heat. This Thursday at 8 Eastern on TBS.
Important events are happening daily which are redefining America's political landscape. Stay with CNN for reports throughout the day and get a full recap each weekday afternoon on Inside Politics. Now, more than ever, rely on CNN.
A holiday Cinderella story. A pocket full of miracles. One of our favorite movies. Thursday night at 9 on TNT.
All Cadillacs are created equal. All Cadillac dealers are not. At Shirey Cadillac, you'll find one of America's finest collision repair facilities with precise laser-guided frame alignment, flawless computerized paint matching, and dust-free downdraft painting in the country's first charcoal-filtered spray booth. Shirey technicians will have your Cadillac looking and handling like new. Undetectable collision repair. The only thing obvious is where it's done. Shirey Cadillac, 101st and Cicero in Oak Lawn, a full-service Cadillac dealer.
Your time is valuable, so don't waste it standing in line. Mailboxes, etc. is open when you need us, and you'll be helped promptly. Get Stamps, a private mailbox, which you can also check by phone, and professional packing and supplies. You can also receive and send packages, or overnight mail. Mailboxes, etc. Now at over 1,400 convenient locations.
And now back to The Treasure of the Sierra Madre on TNT.